And why don't we get started, and then we'll just watch for other people as they come in. Okay, Stefan, are you going to read the instructions this evening?
Yes, I will be. All right. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the commission, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. Commission members and staff are unable to mute themselves. Please keep your microphone muted when you're not speaking to avoid background noise. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on commission members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. And Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like Ken, Bridget, and Harold all joined us now. So I show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us. Is that what you have as well, Patrick? Well, you'll call the roll now, and then we'll know for sure. There you go. Do you call the roll, please, Patrick?
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Ken Straight.
Can you? Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
Grant Foster.
Here.
Harold Cleams.
Here.
Lay Ball.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am very pleased to tell you that we have a new member appointed to the commission, Denise Jess. She was appointed as of December 1st, confirmed at the Common Council meeting, and I will let Denise introduce herself. And we're very, very happy to have you on board.
Thanks so much, Ann. Good evening, everybody. I'm Denise Jess. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired. And one of the things that I know I bring to this commission is the lived experience of someone with a disability who is a non-driver, not by choice, so transportation dependent. In addition to this work, I serve as one of the co-chairs of the newly formed, as of February, Wisconsin DOT-sponsored Non-Driver Advisory Committee, which brings together folks from across the state, across all state agencies, transportation providers, advocates, and municipalities to really look at how do we crack the access issues for folks who are non-drivers in the state of Wisconsin. So I'm happy to bring that work here and for me to bring the work here back to advisement for that committee. So I'm really pleased to have this opportunity. I am an assistive technology user, so sometimes you might see me having 2 different color headphones on. One is to listen to the assistive tech of the agenda and other documents, and the other is to listen to the what's on the meeting. So if you ever see me with 2 different color headphones on, that's why, so that I can access all the written documents. So again, Ann, thanks for the warm welcome, and I'm happy to be here and to serve.
Thanks so much, Denise. We look forward to your feedback and input as we go through our meetings. Did everyone have an opportunity to look at the minutes from the last meeting? If so, and someone would like to make a motion? Anybody? Okay, Chris?
Move approval of the minutes.
The motion, is there a second? Harold? So, motion and a second. Any comments or discussions? Okay, seeing none, we'll approve unanimous consent approval for the minutes. If anybody disagrees or wishes to vote no, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the minutes are approved unanimously. Okay, next, public comment. There's, Stefan shared the registrations. As of about an hour ago, Bob Schaefer was registered to speak on item 1 and item 2. Bob, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak on an agenda item that's not on the agenda this evening, which is number 1, or if you just wish to speak on number 2. Could you let us know?
Yes, I just want to comment on the fact that I sent those committee members that had email addresses some documentation this afternoon, one of which involves a newspaper article from the New York Times on Sunday that discusses the number of public transit systems that are cutting services and the potential loss of support from the federal government over the years, and that there's some significance in that. I think it's important that when decisions are made regarding public transit, that it's important for the committee to see what's going on in the rest of the country. And I will save the other things that pertain to agenda item 2 until that time.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for Bob? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Oh, yes?
And there was someone else that had registered for number 1, so we might need to get some clarification as to what their intent is. His name is William Russ Chernish. Indicates that he's in opposition, but does not wish to speak and is available for questions. So not quite sure how that works in this instance.
Yeah, item number 1, William, if you're on, item number 1 is for topics that aren't on the agenda this evening. Did you wish to register opposition to one of the items further down on the list? Are you with us, William, that you could let us know?
So William is with us. William, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself on your screen.
Thanks, Stefan.
There we go.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what the agenda items are. I'm looking here on the paperwork.
What was it you wish to comment on or oppose?
I didn't wish to comment necessarily, other than, are we talking about Dean and Tyler and Seth Circle?
We're talking about Dean. That would be under item number 10. Did you wish to wait and speak under number 10?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Sorry about the interruption.
No problem. Sometimes there's some confusion about how to register for the various items. And thank you, Patrick. I didn't realize there was a late registrant. Any other registrations?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, seeing no hands. Relative to the consent agenda, Bob registered to speak on item number 2, so we will separate that off the consent agenda. The other items that we have are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Did anybody want to have any of those items separated from the consent agenda? If so, raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So we have item 3, Legistar 62757, 4, Legistar 62759, 5, Legistar 63074, 6, Legistar 63075, 7, Legistar 63204, 8, Legistar 63254, on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ken? Assume that's a motion. Is there a second? and a second from Harold. Okay, any discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote to approve the consent agenda. If you disagree with that or wish to oppose, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, the consent agenda is approved. So we will go on to item number 2. And Bob, I know, had registered to speak on item number 2. Patrick, was there anybody else who had registered to speak on item number 2?
No.
Okay. Bob, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Is there any presentation on this?
Yeah, there will be. We would normally, because it was on the consent agenda, I'm not sure if Justin had anything prepared. We can certainly have Justin speak about it and then have you give your comments after if you'd like.
That would be my preference.
Okay, Justin, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So this is a procedural item around the acceptance of the VW settlement money. There was an article. I think there was some information that went out earlier, probably in September, that we had been notified that we were selected for this money. There was a council action earlier in the spring, I think prior to my arrival, that authorized us to apply for this. And then this would be, this action today is around the acceptance of those funds. So the way that this program works is that we receive money from the VW settlement fund to purchase vehicles. That money is in total of $7,522,500. That would replace 15 of our much older vehicles, 2007 and prior. And that money would be used to purchase new vehicles that replace those, and those old vehicles would have to be decommissioned to a significant extent. Basically, we have to cut the frames so that those and drill holes in the engine blocks so that those older buses can no longer be used. And that's really intended to be an emission mitigation measure because those buses pre-2007 had a different diesel emission standard and so are significantly more polluting than newer buses. And so this program is intended to reduce emissions from diesel vehicles, and that's how this works. One important note, though, is that this is not 100% grant money. Basically, we get that $7.5 million up front to purchase those buses, and 75% of that is paid back over time, over a span of 10 years. So basically, $564,000 per year for 10 years is withheld from our state appropriation going forward. Similar, very similar to what happened last year. We did this exact same program last year for 15 buses as well. It should be noticed that so Metro has 215 buses. Roughly 60 to 70 of those are 2007 or older. The generally accepted lifespan of a bus is around 12 years. And so it's roughly a third of our fleet is kind of considered beyond its useful life right now. And so this will really help us kind of keep up and prevent us from falling further behind.
Okay, thanks, Justin. Why don't we go ahead and hear from Bob, and then we'll open it up for any discussion by the commission.
Okay, Bob, there you go.
Thank you for that clarification. That one of the things that I have noticed, and part of this is in the documentation that I sent out to everybody. I did an extensive study on it, and that of the existing 56 bus routes within the city of Madison, that 34 of them had a daily boardings of 500 or less. 18 of them out of that had a daily boarding of 250 boardings or less, and 6 of them have daily boardings of 100 or less. And also in that information that is an extensive number of boarding stops that have a significant number of less. So that my suggestion is that if we're going to do the extra buses, that what we might want to look into is seeing if we can get some smaller buses rather than having the larger buses running around mostly empty. And that the other thing that getting some smaller buses might allow the city to provide more options to those less served neighborhoods, lower income neighborhoods, and do so at a far less cost in terms of fuel and other maintenance options. Also would give us less or more storage space at the bus terminal, the bus facilities, because the smaller buses would take up less room than the larger buses. So I think that we need to look at the whole transportation aspect in terms of public transit and see what is there. When you look at the annual report, you'll see that ridership is significantly decreased. And when you look at the surrounding municipalities, which also are using that, when you take into consideration their population increase, that the bus ridership is severely ought to be somewhere in the 20 million if we had the same ridership that was present back in the 1979. So please look over information I've provided. If anybody has any questions about that, certainly would be happy to interact with that.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Bob? Okay, seeing no hands. Is there any discussion? Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, Justin. Just wondering if you could, without going into a lot of detail, just kind of quickly respond to the suggestion of considering some smaller buses. I believe most of the cost is in the driver component of it, so I think we probably wouldn't save a lot with smaller buses. But if you could just speak to that question.
Yeah, it's a fairly common suggestion kind of throughout the country that we should be using smaller buses in areas where it's less capacity. There's a lot at play there. First and foremost, you're exactly right. Roughly 80% of our cost of service is in the driver. So even a smaller bus operationally is not going to save us that much money. You generally you try to size your bus for your peak need because it's a lot less expensive to run a 40-foot bus all day, even if you only need it for 15 minutes of the day, than it would be to run a smaller bus all day and then have to run a second bus during that 15 minutes that you need additional capacity. So it's not uncommon to see empty buses, but that's not to say that those buses are empty all day. And then the final thing is that there is a significant amount of value operationally to have a more homogeneous fleet. It's very difficult to manage when you have lots of different types of buses that can only be used on certain individual routes. And so it generally is, again, more efficient cost-wise for us to run a 40-foot bus, even if we never need it on one particular route, than it would be to have a separate fleet that's only for that route, has its own requirements around maintenance and fueling and all of that. So not to mention the fact that we have to dig that one bus out from a stack of buses that are in the garage. So generally for all of those reasons, the commonly accepted practice in transit around the country is that you use 40-foot buses for almost all of your services, even if not all of your services require a 40-foot bus at all times a day.
Great, thank you for that.
Do you have anything else, Grant? Okay. Ken, go ahead. You're muted, Ken. There you go.
I would move approval of accepting this grant.
Okay, there's a motion by Ken. Harold, I assume that's a second? Where's Harold?
Yes, that's
There
the second.
you are. Oh, there you are, Harold. Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll assume a unanimous consent approval and unanimous consent vote to approve this resolution. If anybody wishes to vote no or wishes a roll call vote, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, so that puts us at item number 9. Justin, that would be the EPIC supported system routes to Verona. Service, excuse me, to Verona.
Okay, do you want me to give a little overview of that?
Sure, if you would, please, thank you.
So, as you probably know, routes 55 and 75 are funded by EPIC through with the city of Verona as conduit for that. So essentially, EPIC pays Verona, who then pays us to provide these services. As you can imagine, their ridership has dropped off substantially during the COVID-19. I think, as many of you saw in the paper, there was a period where they were trying to get some of their folks to come back to the office, which they ultimately backtracked on. And so they are seeing significantly lower ridership than they did prior to the pandemic. And so, because of that, they are asking that we reduce their service, at least for the time period until their employees all come back to work. But that seems to me a very logical request. We've obviously reduced service levels across the city of Madison. And so I think it's acceptable for them to do the same. And so in the package is showing the routes that we are proposing to, or the trips that we are proposing to eliminate. And it's not a majority. It's roughly, I think, 2 out of the 8 or 9 trips a day that happen on both of those routes. And so this would really just be a reduction in their capacity for the number of people that need to move. Ultimately, it would reduce their costs by approximately $125,000 a year on an annualized basis, assuming this change extends an entire year.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Any comments or discussion? Ken?
Just making sure, Justin, that $125,000 or whatever, that is workable in your budget.
Yeah, so these trips that they're proposing to eliminate are being run off of what we call our extra board. So basically our pool of drivers who are available to pick up extra work when somebody calls in sick or we need an extra bus out to manage capacity or something like that. And so this doesn't, this really just allows us some additional capacity on our extra board to run, to respond to additional service needs, such as drivers out for COVID or other service needs.
Why don't you take Bill? I'm ready to move approval of this, but let Bill talk.
Okay, I'll lower your hand and then Bill, go ahead, and then Ken, you can come back after Bill.
Thank you. Justin, I assume that the discussion with EPIC and Verona is that this can be added, the service can be added back in at some sort of notice. How much time do they need, or do you need from them, or is that discussed with them already? Or, if they want to start in July or something like that, that they give you a 2-month notice or a month notice, or how is that? Have those discussions taken place?
Because these trips are being run off that extra board, theoretically we could resume those trips in relatively short order. And it is their intent to make this change temporarily, that this would not be a permanent change. But the actual timeline of when it would happen, obviously is beyond all of our controls, but it's essentially whenever they bring everybody back to the office is when they want to bring this service back.
So before I go to the other people, Justin, would you say that the motion would be to temporarily reduce service with the option to add the service back as requested, to add the service back to return to the original service level as needed by EPIC?
Ultimately, I think it potentially could be. I don't know if that's a change that could be made. It may stretch the definition of temporarily, right? If this continues on for another year, they still don't bring everybody back this time next year, then these services would still be suspended. So.
Well, I just want to make sure that you have adequate, if they're going to want you to start up again in a week or 2 weeks or something, and you don't have a Transportation Commission meeting to come back to, I just want to make sure that you have the ability to do that if you need to.
I'm not terribly concerned about that. I mean, I think that they would give us probably at least a couple weeks, if not a month, of heads up on this. They probably need that amount of heads up for their own staff to communicate coming back to the office.
Okay. Ken, go ahead.
I move approval of the reductions in Route 55 and 75 as outlined in the memo that Justin provided us.
Okay. Harold?
I will second, but I would also like to ask another question.
Sure.
So yes, the service primarily serves EPIC employees. I'm just wondering, presumably there might be some other people who are affected by this, and so making sure that everybody who's taking it to get from the park and ride in Verona to somewhere else, making sure that those riders are not somewhere left out in the cold.
Yeah, so we did, we looked briefly at that. The ridership of these routes, even prior to COVID, was very heavily skewed towards EPIC employees. There were certainly people, non-EPIC employees, that were using it, like you mentioned, from the Verona Park and Ride. That ridership has dried up considerably during the pandemic. And so I don't foresee a need for that level of capacity for the non-EPIC employees right now. Again, this one important thing to note here is that we're not eliminating all of the service. It's just a handful of trips, and so I think there's still ample capacity there to carry both EPIC and non-EPIC employees.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote to approve the changes to the routes 55 and 75 to reduce service as noted. If anybody wishes to have a roll call vote or oppose a unanimous consent vote, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, the motion is approved. Okay, thanks, Justin. So we move on to item 10. So Chris, we have received some emails on Dean Avenue, and I believe William, if I could just ask William, were you wishing to speak on Dean Avenue? Was that correct? Stefan, can you
Not necessarily. I'm listening, and depending on
Well, let me explain the protocol. We have several different projects here to talk about, and what we would normally do is have staff review the project and then have the comments from the public, and then have our discussion and feedback, and then move on to the next project so that we can get everything done on each project at once. So if you were here on a particular project, I was going to try and be efficient and ask Chris if we could do that one first.
Yeah, that would make sense. If there's registrants for Dean, let's go ahead and do that one first, and Jim's going to give the presentation.
So are you here to talk about Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so if we could start out with Dean first, that would be great. So we'll have staff presentation, and after the presentation, we'll hear from the public, and everybody should have received the emails that Patrick forwarded that we also received with regard to Dean. And then we'll have our discussion and comment. So I'm sorry, Chris, who did you say was going to go ahead?
That's me, Jim Wolf.
Thanks, Jim. Great.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
Quick, would I be able to share my screen? Is that a possibility?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you should be able to share it.
There we go.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll give kind of a quick background information on the Dean, Alice, Seth Circle, and Tyler Circle project. Here's kind of the general project area that we're looking at on this map. Includes Dean Avenue from Monona Drive up to Alice Avenue, and Alice Avenue from the intersection with Dean to Turner Avenue. And east of here, Alice Avenue was actually just reconstructed a few years ago. Monona Grove High School is to the north, and Monona Golf Course is kind of to the south of the project area. It included a few attachments on the agenda. This kind of the map with some background data on the project. We have done a bit of data collection out here in terms of traffic volumes and speeds, dating back to about 2016. So I think if I zoom in here, we can see some of those counts. Essentially what we had found back in 2016 and 2018 is that the volumes on Dean Avenue range from about 2,000 vehicles a day on the westerly end and up to, I think, about 1,300 vehicles per day on this block just east of Lance Lane here in the middle. With all of those counts, we also collected some speed data. There was a noted speed issue on Dean Avenue, and back in 2016, it did qualify for our traffic calming program at the time. So when we kind of get into any of these options, you'll see that each of the proposed options does include speed humps with the project as well. Recently, we did take some traffic volume and speed data in the area. That was just done in November of this year. So as schools closed, just general traffic volumes being reduced right now, we did see a pretty significant decrease in volumes at this current time. I think it was about 675 vehicles on Dean and about 300 on Alice Avenue. And speeding was still an issue, which I guess wasn't a surprise to us there. Also, a couple other things to note. Dean Avenue between Monona Drive and Lance Lane, kind of in the center of the project here, is mapped as a bike route. Also, Dean Avenue and Alice Avenue were noted in the city's comprehensive plan as priority sidewalk locations. I think a term is Tier 1 in the comprehensive plan. And we have also, hopefully everyone caught my switching plans here, put together a updated kind of neighborhood sidewalks priority plan for this area. So this is kind of looking to create connectivity throughout the neighborhood in terms of the pedestrian facilities. And these green lines are streets with existing sidewalks. And this includes some current or recent reconstruction projects such as Buckeye and Turner. And also it shows, here's our project area kind of on Dean and Alice as being priority sidewalk locations just for general neighborhood connectivity of pedestrian facilities. And also noting that it is kind of connecting between schools, parks, golf course, kind of a main business corridor on Monona Drive here as well. So getting into some of the design options, I think we currently have 3 alternatives here that we're looking to get the commission's input on. Option 1 is a option with 24-foot wide street from face to face. It's kind of the typical section, and advisory bike lanes. I'll kind of zoom in on an area here. So this would include a 10-foot center lane with 5-foot advisory bike lanes on either side, and then 2-foot gutter. And this also has 8-foot parking pull-out areas in select locations, kind of scattered on each of the blocks throughout the project limit. And up here. And Renee Calloway had actually tracked down some pretty good images of how these advisory bike lanes would work. Essentially, if there are 2 bicyclists on the street, they can be using these bike lane areas with the dash lines in between, and a vehicle will just go down the center of the street regardless of the direction that it's going. And if 2 vehicles approach each other, they would just merge over and kind of travel in the advisory bike lane area, assuming that they first yield to any bicyclists if they're on the street. So really this pretty much functions just like a lot of our yield streets, those narrower streets that when there's parking on the street and general mixed use without any pavement markings, this is really how it functions in those situations. The real difference here is that it is giving some priority to cyclists on the street and acknowledgement that they've got their dedicated space to be, and that any vehicles using the street would have to first yield to the bicyclist before passing another vehicle or continuing onto the street. And another thing to note with all of the options that we're presenting here, the options kind of getting back to the sidewalk priorities all include sidewalks on both sides of the street on Dean and Alice. However, the circles, Seth and Tyler Circle here, we are not currently proposing any sidewalks on the circles. The traffic volumes are just generally so low on those dead-end streets that we didn't think it was a priority to include those. And with this advisory bike lane option, we do have speed hump locations, especially in these areas where the street would widen out for the parking areas. I think if you dig back into some of the parking data that we had collected, the on-street parking is used pretty sparingly along both Dean and Alice. The neighborhood was interested in preserving some on-street parking just for visitors at some point in the future, we assume, and any holiday guests or anything like that. So initially, this first option was not presented with any on-street parking allowed. It was just the strict 24-foot wide street with advisory bike lanes. But after meeting with the neighborhood and kind of knowing that they would really like to have some on-street parking preserved, we did include these pull-out areas. The other added benefit of this kind of narrowed advisory bike lane option is that it preserves wider terraces. This would allow opportunities for larger canopy tree plantings and also rain gardens. This general area has a pretty awkward drainage situation going on. It's not piped very much. It kind of drains between these easements and between side yards and onto the golf course. So we had sent out an initial survey prior to the start of the project, and there is a lot of interest from the neighborhood in installing terrace rain gardens. So this option would present the most opportunities for those locations. Another situation, so on the overall plan, we haven't shown much detail here at Monona Drive. If this option would ultimately get selected, we would have to take a closer look at this area to figure out how that could be transitioned. We did kind of put together an initial concept. At Monona Drive on Dean Avenue, there is a through and right turn lane, a dedicated left, and also just a general purpose travel lane in the eastbound direction. So we would have to take a look at how we could transition from those lanes to the advisory bike lanes. This is just kind of a concept here with there may be enough space to do a pretty tight bike lane travel lane in the eastbound direction that would transition to the advisory bike lane, the westbound direction with some of the space constraints and just trying to get vehicles to merge around each other. We're currently just showing ending the advisory bike lane with a share of some added space to merge through, and then approaching Monona Drive with those dedicated lanes. I think that's all I have for option 1. Option 2, generally the typical section would be a 26-foot wide street with parking allowed on one side. It would still have sidewalks on both sides. However, the sidewalk on the south side would be a wide sidewalk at 8 feet wide. The general idea here is that with the traffic volumes on the street, we are looking to have an improved bike facility, and noting that about half of Dean within the project limits is mapped as the bike route. Having this 8-foot wide sidewalk could be a shared space for cyclists and pedestrians, kind of continuing through the project area, and then ultimately connecting into the 8-foot path along the golf course here. The 26-foot wide street would be essentially unmarked other than crosswalks, and this would be that kind of typical shared street situation where there's parking on one side of the street and then vehicles and would have to yield to each other to pass or to pass a cyclist on the street. Currently, so the Seth Circle and Tyler Circle would still remain the same. In terms of terrace space, this option does still provide for some pretty solid terrace space where it could plant some larger canopy trees and still install some rain gardens. I think we're up to maybe 16 requests now, 15 or 16 requests. And this option would allow for 9 of those rain gardens to hopefully be installed. We would certainly still have to design grades, but this would potentially allow for most of those to still be installed. The third option is a little bit more traditional. So initially at the first neighborhood meeting, we have presented option 1 with the advisory bike lanes and option 2 with the wide sidewalk option. There was some concern from the neighborhood that the advisory bike lanes would maybe be confusing. So we have added a third option that has a little bit more traditional lane configuration. So in the portion between Monona Drive and Lance Lane, we would have a 1-foot gutter on either side. And then we could mark a little more typical travel lane and bike lane situation on the street. Still have speed humps, and then in some select areas provide parking pullout areas still near the golf course, and this area kind of in between Tyler Circle and Lance Lane. In this 2-block stretch of Dean, the terrace on the north side of the street would be pretty narrow. This would be reduced to about 4 feet wide, and we could still keep a wider terrace on the southerly side here. There are existing overhead power lines on this side, so by keeping the wider terrace on the southerly side, we could still maintain some decent opportunities for larger tree plantings. And then east of Lance Lane, where the bike route continues up Lance towards Lakeview, the street would be narrowed to a typical section of 24 feet wide with a 2-foot gutter, which would essentially be 2 travel lanes, and we would have sharrows on the street with some parking pullout areas again, and speed humps in those wider portions of the street. And I guess for all 3 of these options on Dean Avenue, we also have 2 potential options for the blocks of Alice Avenue. The 2 options for Alice Avenue are a 28-foot wide street with parking allowed on both sides, which also presents a little bit easier opportunity depending upon how much that parking is used for winter maintenance, that we can still do alternate side parking during the winter on the street, or a little bit narrower street at 26 feet wide with parking on one side. And neither of those options on Alice Avenue could be combined with either of the 3 options on Dean Avenue. So once we had put together these options, we did send out another survey to the neighborhood. I think on the agenda, we had attached a preliminary results. We have grabbed a few more off of the project webpage. Currently, option 1 with the advisory bike lanes is the preferred option of 23 of the 33 respondents online. And I think there were also 2 hard copy submissions, and one of those 2 also preferred option 1 as well. So I think I will come back to the options plan, but in terms of presentations, I think that's all I have.
Okay, at this point, why don't we hear from William? and have the public comment. You have 3 minutes, William.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, when I said opposed, I'm not denying that the street needs it. It needs it badly. And these look like great options. Given the pandemic, I personally, my household wouldn't make any major financial purchases given the economic climate. This assessment is the equivalent of a major purchase for me. It's, and I don't think I'm the only one that would be burdened financially with this. On top of that, and I just want to say, I would hope, and Alder Foster, if you're listening, I don't want double indemnity. I don't want to have to pay every year for this assessment. I mean, the fact that you've increased it to 15-year, thank you. That's helpful. But also then to get a notice from the city assessor's office that he's going to raise my property taxes on top of that. I don't think that's fair. Just making an official comment about it now. I'm sure this won't be the last. We'll discuss this together. That's all I've got to say. Oh, wait, one other. Yeah. What was the comment about the liability of the sidewalks? Liability of the sidewalks. I assume it's incumbent upon the residents to keep the snow cleared and so forth. Even for the
same use as Monona Drive.
Yeah, if it's the extra width sidewalks.
Yes, that would be correct.
Oh, so we have to plow and salt it.
I'm sorry. It's a little unusual to have two people talking when there's really only one person registered.
Yeah. So the question was about the responsibility, liability for the extra wide sidewalks. That it would be incumbent on the resident to take care of that.
Jim, I assume that's the case.
Yes, that's correct. That in either situation, it would be up to the adjacent resident to take care of the winter maintenance of the sidewalk, even on the wide sidewalk portion.
Okay, William, did you have any further comments?
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so I'll open it up to commission members for comments. Anybody have comments on what's Bill? Go ahead, and then Harold, you're next after Bill.
Thanks, Jim. Do we have any other cross sections like alternate one in the city?
We do not. This would be the first time that the city has installed advisory bike lanes. Okay. There are several other cities in the country that have done these with some success. So this would be our first one, though.
Okay. Is Tom Lynch on the? Yes. I guess the question then is to Tom. What is his experience of talking with others around the country about this type of cross section?
And I think Renee is on too, as well, Bill.
Or Renee. Okay, either one.
Yeah. Let's hear from Tom and Renee.
Yeah, so I'm multitasking. I'm assuming that we're looking at the advisory bike lanes. Is that
correct? Yes.
Yeah. So I don't have a lot of experience. I've done some reading. The volumes on this road are a little bit higher than what you would normally see on advisory lanes, but those volumes primarily exist closer to the BP station and the BP station and the golf course. And so the volumes drop off the farther east you go. It's a relatively low volume road. I don't anticipate it would be a problem, if you know what I mean. So these are, with the exception of right by the golf course and the BP, which I think Jim is going to have to kind of relook at the curb line there anyhow for the left turn lane. I don't anticipate with these volumes, the advisory bike lanes would be a problem, and it might be an interesting experiment. So.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Renee, did you have any comments about advisory bike lanes?
I'll just add that, there are, as mentioned, there's some, in other cities, some cities similar to this. There's also Minneapolis has some and has adopted these fairly widely. Not to say that every installation has been a success. I know Edina, Minnesota had one stretch that they felt was not working and they did take it back out, but generally these have gone in, they've been evaluated and have been kept.
Okay, did that answer your question, Bill?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I was also going to ask about the advisory bike lanes, specifically about the setup with the on-street parking and the advisory bike lanes. I mean, I think, I've also read some of the articles about using them in a general setting where you do not have the on-street parking, but I'm thinking where you have these parking bays and then thinking about how much space there is. So you have 8 foot, I think you have 8 foot of parking, then you have 5 feet of advisory bike lane, and then 12 feet in the middle. Is that right? So I'm just trying to think about it would be good to look at the other examples of do they come with on-street parking or not?
Yeah, and I can maybe mention something about that. There are others that have on-street parking, and I think that the real key to the success is the low turnover, which we feel would be when we've done the parking counts out there, that's very low numbers of cars to start with. So we feel like in this instance, it would fit with what other cities have found to be successful. But there definitely are ones that have a full parking lane next to it, but just that low turnover is pretty important.
Yeah, and if I were to add to it, if you were to just do a back of the napkin calculation, if we have 1,500 vehicles a day, that's 150 vehicles in the peak hour, 75 vehicles going in one direction, let's say. So that's roughly a little bit more than a vehicle every minute. So there's just not a lot of conflict, opportunities for conflict between a parked vehicle, a cyclist, and a car. And so I just don't see it as a huge issue.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, I'm thinking about it in the context of that we've heard that there's not a whole lot of parking demand to begin with. I mean, I'm especially wondering, I think on the map I'm seeing there's one of those parking bays pretty close to the parking that the golf course has, which there's already parking there. So, we're really being careful about if nobody needs parking, then why put it in to begin with? Because it's more sealed surface. It adds to the project cost. And it does, probably not create a whole lot of conflict with the advisory bike lane, but still.
Thanksgiving and Christmas and all those things that you have visitors, right?
Yeah. Jim, didn't you say that the community was looking for some of that parking?
Yes, that's correct. We had originally shown this option without any on-street parking on Dean Avenue. The neighborhood was very concerned about the loss of all of the on-street parking. And the other thought out here too is that these are relatively long blocks in this area. So even if somebody could park on a side street here, if for any of these properties mid-block, that'd be a pretty far distance to have to walk to.
Okay, thanks. That's what I have for now.
Okay, any other comments on Dean? Ken, go ahead. Or Grant, did you have your hand up and did I put you down by mistake?
Yes.
I think I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you mind if Ken goes first and then we'll get back to you?
Yeah, go for it, Ken.
I think Harold was putting his hand down at the same time I was clicking to put it down and I got you by mistake. So sorry about that.
So just a quick question. What's the current situation? Is there no curb? Do people just pull up on the grass for parking? What's the situation as far as people that need parking and they can't fit into driveways?
Yeah. So right now, Dean is an unimproved street with no sidewalks and no curb.
Okay.
So they just kind of pull off. I think the pavement is 32 feet wide, give or take.
Okay, now I understand why it's so amorphous as far as where with parking and how much do you need. There's infinite parking when there's need for infinite parking. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And also, most of the driveways coming out to the street, there's an extra, 16 feet of right-of-way driveway length right now too. That cars
now I
can stack up in
understand.
driveways.
And could you just tell me, in general, what's the cost difference between the 24 and the 26?
It'd be a pretty minimal cost difference. The 26-foot option also includes the wide sidewalk.
Okay.
So there'd be a little bit of extra cost for the 8-foot wide sidewalk, and then a little bit of extra cost for the pavement relative to the advisory bike lane option. But we do have the wider portions with the parking pullout areas. So one of the things about doing never mind, because if you go to 26, we're not doing advisory. We're just marking a lane, right? It is currently shown. We wouldn't even actually mark a lane. We'd probably leave it as an unmarked street, except for near Monona Drive.
So the assumption would be that bicyclists would probably use the 8-foot sidewalk?
They could. I think a lot would still maybe choose to use the street too.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Grant, go ahead. And then Bill's next.
Thanks. One quick question, Jim. For the Alice section, you mentioned the two alternatives. You didn't mention the kind of the feedback on that, but I believe from the survey results, the preference of the residents was the one side of parking only. Is that right?
That is correct. Sorry about that. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, that was a pretty significant preference with the updated results here. That 21 of the 29 preferred the 26-foot with parking on one side.
Great. So I just wanted to, share a few comments if this is a good time, Ann.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So one, just for a little bit more background on this has been that there were plans to reconstruct the street quite a while ago, and there was a lot of concerns around the question of sidewalks, and ultimately the project was sort of put on hold. So this project has a long life to it, and also, as Jim mentioned, there are some unique characteristics of it. One being that kind of in-between street where it's sort of too much traffic to be a calm local street, but also not a super major street. And then a lot of the constraints and the desires to do something different and beneficial with the rainwater or stormwater management. So the project team had a lot of competing interests to try and manage here. And I just really want to recognize all the work that they've put into it, including all of the preparation and the neighborhood meetings. Renee also was there and gave some really good background on why all of the recommended options did have sidewalks. Again, that was sort of one area of concern for a lot of folks. And I think really the process for this has been really, really good. Not every resident is super thrilled with what's being proposed, but I think everybody understands about those trade-offs. And I think the process has been really excellent, and the ability to get that feedback. And so everything that we're seeing here tonight is just a result of a lot of work. And in terms of the question around the parking, as Jim said, the first version of that Alt 1, which is the one that's currently the preference for the residents, it didn't originally have any parking. And I think it's true that some residents had pretty strong concerns about going from what they have now, which is really you can park on either side on the entire length of the street, to going to zero. But I think a lot of residents also did agree that there isn't strong demand for on-street parking. And so I think are in favor and we're supportive of really reducing the amount of on-street parking. So I think this this variant on the Alt 1 that added in a couple of those pockets is a great way to do it. And we saw that recommended on the Gorham project as well, as a way to sort of, not have to decide between all parking and zero parking, but kind of trying to split the difference and come up with these parking pockets. So I think that is a really good strategy. I think it helps take some of the concern away from folks and lets us move towards a design that doesn't build too much parking capacity that we're probably not going to use. I would say, so again, I've kind of got hats here. I'm on the commission, obviously. I'm also alder for this district. And I would say I'm very supportive of the what the neighbors have sort of voted in favor of. So option 1 with the advisory lanes as shown, and then the one side of parking and skinnier section for Alice. So I guess, Bill still got his hand up, but at whatever point, I'd be happy to make a motion to recommend those as the alternatives for the project.
Okay. Why don't we hold the thought on the motion till we hear from Bill? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I like, all three are acceptable to me. And I think one of the things, I guess the point that I like is that all three include sidewalks. I know that this will go to Public Works, and Public Works makes the decisions on assessments and so forth. But the wider sidewalk on option 2, is that, Jim, does the property owners just pay for a normal 5-foot sidewalk?
Yeah, that's what we do with the assessments. Is we only assess for 5 feet.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, So I'll second Alder Foster's motion that all three are good alternatives and back to the neighborhood.
Okay, so we have a motion. All right, so we have a motion recommending option 1 for Dean and the 26-foot with parking on one side for Alice. Harold, were you done, Bill? Did you have
Yes,
more?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, that all sounds good to me. I just have one more question. Sorry, I forgot about that. So the cul-de-sac, which is
Harold, you're on mute.
Yeah, somehow you got muted again, I think, Harold. Harold, you're still muted. Stefan, can you get him unmuted?
I'm trying.
There we go.
There you go. Okay. All right. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Start over. Okay.
Yeah. So yes, option 1, that sounds good to me. I just had one more question, which I forgot about. So the cul-de-sac at, I think that's Tyler, being 30 feet wide versus the one at Seth being 26. Does that have to do with the fact that part of that you already have reconstructed the curb at 31, like once you get to the actual cul-de-sac? It just seems unnecessarily wide.
Yeah, that's correct. So half of the cul-de-sac was already reconstructed. It's depending on where you measure, it's probably nominally 32 feet wide. It's kind of constructed around this radius here already. So I was kind of picking up at where those curb points had left off and actually narrowing it a little bit around the curves as we come into Dean.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
I did this for when we did the Bassett Street thing with a new way of doing the bike lane. And just I don't think I want to make it as an amendment, but I think if Renee could come up with some ideas of how we would observe when this gets installed, the safety and efficacy of having these lanes. This is sort of a first for us here, and I think it would be helpful if we have a plan for evaluation rather than just sort of anecdotal. I don't like this and customer complaint kind of thing. So if Renee could maybe give it some thought, it doesn't need to be right away. Obviously, it's not going to go into effect right away, but I think we should be always including that when we start out with something new.
Okay, so it would be an informal request for Renee to maybe report back and let us know how the advisory bike lanes work and figure out a way to evaluate them. And after.
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think what I'm asking is before it actually gets constructed, what her proposal would be of how we evaluate these lanes, both from safety and how much they're utilized.
Renee, you have any thoughts now, or you want to get back to us on that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I've been giving it a little bit of thought, and I need to reach out to a few more of the other cities just on, the various ways they evaluated it, and also within outreach and education plan, because this is something new. We would want to ensure that, people were really aware of what this was and how it worked to ensure its success. So that's definitely acceptable.
Okay, so maybe we could put advisory bike lanes update on topic for a future agenda. Would that be a good plan, Renee?
Yep, that would be fine.
Okay. Is that all you had, Ken? Yes. Okay. Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. And yeah, I think putting it on a future agenda would be great. And maybe even, Renee, if you could send out just a few links on information about it, and maybe even highlighting that one video for, I think it was Vermont, that has a pretty nice video about sort of seeing one in practice. I think it feels more awkward getting your head wrapped around in the abstract than when you actually see a video of how it operates. You're like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. So maybe just sending that out kind of in advance, after this meeting to folks, and then having it on a future agenda. Because honestly, I think this is, while it's not super common here right now, I think it has a ton of potential. I think it has the opportunity to, provide good space and good bike facilities for people of all ages and abilities within a pretty narrow road section, particularly for roads where we don't have a ton of need to have designated separate travel lanes for cars in both directions. I mean, that's really what we're doing here is it's reducing the amount of space that's dedicated to car travel. And I think that's really something we should be thinking about and looking at for other projects as well. So I think it would be good for us to make sure the commissioners have a good sense of what these are, where they've been used, safety record, all that kind of stuff. And I would hope that we do consider them for future projects as well.
Okay, Renee, if you could just get something to Patrick that he can shoot around to everybody.
Yep, absolutely. There's the one that Alder Foster referenced, and then there's one that we also shared with neighbors from Ottawa that's very much about how do I use this street? And I think once you see them, it really helps a lot.
Okay, great. Is that all that you had then, Grant? Your hand is down, so yes. Denise, go ahead. I think you might be muted because I'm not hearing you.
Sorry.
There you go. Thank you. Oh, you got muted. Oh, there you go.
There we go. So Renee, you may have just spoken to this, but with something brand new, I just was curious about what the user education plan looks like. So we could have this awesome thing, and I love the way this sounds, and then we need users to know how to access it. So how do you do that with something that would be a brand new feature for the city?
Sure. So with the parking protected bike lane, we would do something, similar. We try to get as much press coverage as possible. So, with outreach to the various media outlets, social media, really trying to get it in front of as many people as possible. Obviously, for people who live very close by, we would send them something in the mail to help bring attention to the issue. And then, we do things on our website also, so that if you encounter something, you might think to go to the city website, you would be able to find it. So, we try to do a variety of different outreach methods for this, so that, very focused on the neighborhood, but also trying to just widely get the word out across the city in case you would happen to drive down that street. Even though you live on the west side, you would know what it is. And then in these instances, there's also some signage that typically is used that helps a person as they enter onto the street see Oh, okay. I got you. I see how this operates.
Cool.
So a variety of different things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Yang, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Denise already brought up the user education piece that I want to mention. That's something that we plan to do, as Renee mentioned, as we do, any type of new facilities. Actually, it would be cool that actually, if these alternatives chosen and get built on Dean Avenue, we can point to people that, who have been discussing this. There's an example that you can experience. With the hope that we can do more in the city in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yang. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to recommend option 1, which includes the advisory bike lanes for Dean, and the 26-foot option for Alice, which includes parking on one side. Not included in the motion, but noted by everyone, is that Renee will also give us an update at a future meeting on advisory bike lanes in terms of evaluating the safety. I have to be able to read my writing later on, the safety and efficacy of the advisory bike lanes, so that we can understand how well they're working. And also, Grant also asked that Renee send us out some educational pieces so that we can be a little bit more familiar with advisory bike lanes. So there's further discussion on the motion. Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody is opposed or wishes a roll call vote. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right, Chris, I know we don't usually do motions on yours, but that seemed appropriate with that particular one. What do you have? Which one do you want to take next, Chris?
Let's do the challenge. And I'll just kind of introduce this a little bit. We got Aaron to talk about the design. He's the project engineer in this one, but Felland Road is kind of in conjunction with a phase of Autumn Lake development, the Village of Autumn Lake, that's a Viridian development that is going to be under construction this summer. And one of the roads, Tranquility Way, ties into Felland, and we have in our plans to install a roundabout there. And so what we were hoping to do with this project is rather than tie that Tranquility Way into Felland and have a road that is essentially wasted until we get to the point of reconstructing Felland completely, we decided to implement a small portion of the Felland Reconstruct Now with this project. So what we would be doing is installing 3 legs of the roundabout and reconstructing Felland a little bit on either side of the roundabout, and then installing a multi-use path that Aaron will show in a little more detail in a minute. One other unique thing about this area is there's a lot of trees in this area. Felland Road is kind of a tight roadway corridor, and in fact, in the neighborhood plan, it's called out to kind of have a tree protection zone in this area, so that what we really tried to do here is get the smallest street and the smallest ped bike facility that we think we could fit in to try to save as much trees as possible. So that what the idea is here is 2 lanes of roadway and then a 12-foot multi-use path with a small terrace there. So that we could really promote saving the trees on both sides of the roadway. So I'll let Aaron jump into the more of the details.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. And hello, everyone. Chris did a pretty good summary for what we're looking at. First, kind of just an overview of the area. This is the Village at Autumn Lake subdivision. This is Felland Road, north-south, Lean Road, east-west, City View Drive, which has recently been further improved, and then Burke Road up here, and Felon Road as it stands as the border between City of Madison and Town of Burke. And so the subdivision is growing, as you can see. Phase 11 is coming in next year. That's this phase. And so we're looking at improvements for Tranquility Trail and Felon Road. Here's a more specific overview for the three-legged roundabout. You can see the dark lines is what we propose to build in 2021, and the dashed lines is future construction that will come when the eastern side of this development is developed. And so as Chris mentioned, we wanted to keep Felon as narrow as possible to try and maintain the naturally wooded area. Here you can see just a part of it with the aerial in the background, seeing there's some pretty large and nice trees in this area and vegetation that we'll want to maintain as the neighborhood plan lays out pretty specifically. So we're looking at a 28-foot street, 2-lane roadway with a 12-foot, I'll go back to this one, a 12-foot multi-use path on the western side. And part of that is just, it works better for the construction of this now because the development is on the west side, and also there's less trees that will have to be removed for the construction of that path. And so you can also see there is a bike path that goes through the subdivision. It has been built up to here, so the phase 11 work will continue the bike path to Felon, and then that will connect to the north-south multi-use path on the east side of Felon. And the intention here is that the roundabout, single-lane roundabout, will be for car traffic only, and the bike's peds will be on the multi-use path. And there will only be this path on one side of the street, no sidewalk on the east side. And you can see in the future, go to the first one, in the future, we'll build out all ramps, and the path will go around the roundabout, but in the interim, we'll just have it on the eastern side. So basically the path that the pedestrian or bike in the multi-use path would follow this north-south alignment. And the specific limits of Felon Road are yet to be fully decided, but they'll more or less follow the limits of the phase 11 development. And that is shown here with this dashed line. And we've also included some ramps off of Tranquility for bikes to be able to get onto this widened multi-use path and avoid getting into the car traffic in the roadway, although the intention is for most bikes to be coming through this path that goes through the whole subdivision. We'll have a lot of places to connect. And with that, open up to any questions or comments.
I'll just add too, one of the unique things of this area, A, is the trees, the other is there's really not a lot of frontage to try to walk to, so that whole eastern side there's going to be no homes. That is dedicated as an outlot for saving those trees in that forested area. So there's really nothing necessarily to walk to on that side. And on the west side, where we're choosing to put the path to the north, there is a future school site in this subdivision right there. Yeah, so we would anticipate extending that all the way up to the school. So that's kind of why we chose the west side, and why we thought we could get away with just the one side of, not having sidewalk on the other side.
Okay, Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. Two kind of questions or suggestions. One, and this might just be a feature for the kind of future paths that are shown in the dashed lines. I mean, obviously this is just very high level drawings, but I'll mention it because I always do, Chris. Thinking about turning the looks like very sharp turns on all those things. So just, when you get to that phase of it, just being thoughtful about the turning radiuses for the biking. And then my questions are really just around the kind of widths. And I don't know, maybe this is part of what's needed for minimums for a roundabout, but you mentioned wanting to keep this street as skinny as possible. I guess on Felland itself, are you planning to have any parking allowed on that street?
No, that would just be one lane in each direction.
So would it be possible to go down to 24 then? Have 10-foot lanes?
We did ask that, and traffic engineering, I don't think he's on the call right now. Sean Malloy thought this was really the skinniest we could go with the nature of Felland Road being, more of almost a small arterial kind of large collector street. So that was something I had asked them, and that was what they felt that the skinniest they could get with the kind of trucks and things that would be on this road.
If I could just interject, the speed limit's pretty high on it, isn't it, Chris?
Good question.
Isn't it 45 or something?
You would
Am I remembering that right?
That, near approaching the roundabout, of course.
Well, yeah, but going from like commercial up to Camp K9, which is before Lean Road, I'm pretty sure it's like 45 there. And there's no parking grant there. There's no place to park on that part of Felland Road that I drive.
Yeah, so I guess just a comment to maybe go back and ask again. Even if you can't get down to 10-foot travel lanes, at least 11 would still accommodate buses and trucks and everything else. So it just 28, curb to curb with no parking seems wider than we might need. So, and yeah, maybe it's a speed issue, and if so, is there any reason why we couldn't lower the speed limit as part of the work as well? If that would help bring be able to get a little bit skinnier lane. So just that. And then I guess likewise then within the roundabout itself, it looks like, 18 feet curb to curb. So 14 feet travel lanes, where you've got the island and stuff. Is that a requirement, or could we get those?
I'm pretty sure Sean designed that for the turning movements of the trucks. So that he specifically laid out those dimensions.
Okay. Yeah, well, then yeah, if I don't know if there's any way to tighten anything up on there, because those, one roundabouts I'm on board with, but we do seem to build them pretty generously, and it seems like we really struggle slowing cars down. So maybe the diameter of that roundabout's big enough that we'll be able to get some diversion, but when you have 20-foot wide lanes and 18-foot wide lanes, cars can just really zip through without really having to deviate very much. So anything we can do to tighten it up as much as is allowed, I would be in favor of. Thanks.
Yeah, unless Yang, you have any comments with regard to that. I know there has to be enough room for transit and trucks when we're talking about roundabouts. So we can hear from him. Chris, you want to go ahead? You're next. Or Yang, did you have a comment with regard to what Grant said?
Yeah, we can definitely look into it. Yeah, I think it would be good to kind of, keep it narrow as possible. It definitely has many benefits. Yeah, I can check with Sean to see, what his, turn template looks like, and, whether there's any room we can play with.
Hey, Yang, I just got back in. I was having issues.
Did you hear the question, Sean? They were talking about the how narrow could we make Felland Road narrower, and I think Grant, you were also asking about the roundabout, the lanes in the roundabout as well.
Yeah, so I believe Felland, the width, we have it as narrow as we want it to be. It's being more of a neighborhood collector street. I don't know if we'd want to go much narrower. As for the roundabout, we designed the roundabout to allow for full bus turning templates. So using the standard bus templates, we use that to model the roundabout. We expect that someday it's possible that bus routes come out here, so we wanted to keep that option open. But if there's a particular concern regarding it, I could, we could investigate further and try to tighten it up as best we can.
Yeah, and I think this is mostly built already, so it's probably kind of a moot point. I mean, we're just talking about adding another leg on to the roundabout itself. Is that right? Or
no, it's not built yet. It's just North-South Street, and Tranquility hasn't been built yet.
Yeah, the roundabout is new, Grant, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of making sure we can get a bus out in the future. That makes sense. I guess the other thing is I don't. There's pros and cons, but looking at potential use of some mountable curbs to allow that as well, where we could tighten things up but still allow as needed for buses or other large vehicles. So if that's something to consider, maybe look into that. Because I do worry that when we have to build for the largest vehicles, that most 90% of them are the cars, and I just when you see them go through, they really don't have to slow down at all, and you get cars going through these at 30 miles an hour, and that kind of defeats the value of a roundabout. So I appreciate looking into it.
Yeah. So Yang and Sean, why don't you just take a look at that? Chris, did you want to go ahead?
Yep, thanks. I had a question about the roundabout too. I assume that this phased roundabout was also the thinking behind the one that's on Winnebago at Union Corners, although that was before my time. And then the development didn't play out that way. Maybe that's not what happened there, but does that give you any reason to wonder whether this approach makes sense, or does the roundabout make sense anyway?
I think that is that's a good question. Given the stability of the developer out here with Veridian and them owning both sides already and already platted this, I think, I mean, anything can happen, but I feel like this is on a little more solid ground of they've been kind of trudging along with their phases, and this eastern end is certainly a phase they plan to do in the future. It's just not right now. So I think little stronger case than in the Union Corners area.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Grant, go ahead.
Apologies, but are kind of all of these streets then new? I'm having a hard time figuring out which.
Why don't you go back to the phase map?
Yeah. So this is the Veridian phase map. So far, essentially everything south of this line has been built. And phase 10 and phase 11 have not. And next year, phase 11 will be built in the roundabout along with it, off of Felon, to serve the phase.
Yeah, we really felt with this phase 11, they needed an extra access point so that everybody's not using Autumn Lake Parkway. And that's what's kind of bringing on the need to do the roundabout. And actually in the plat agreement, Veridian's on the hook to build 2 legs of the roundabout. So they would rather do that with this project rather than build a connection that just gets kind of torn up and replaced later.
Yeah. So then for the looking at Tranquility Lane and Waterfall Way and some of these other unnamed ones on here, do you know are these single family duplexes? What kind of density are we looking at?
Each one of those rectangles is a home.
Just a single family.
Yeah, with various sizes. So that those tighter ones are those alley product ones where there's the driveways in the back. The bigger lots are driveways in the front with a normal garage.
So I guess my other comment then would be, and I mean, maybe we could even go and check out what the other phases, kind of what on-street parking utilization is looking like. But this might be another example where we, especially like the 36-foot ones or even the 32s. Like if we're building that for full parking on both sides, but if this is a neighborhood that's going to be, a little bit higher density with the alleyway ones, but still, relatively low housing density. It might be worth just, if we can get by with parking on one side. I mean, we're kind of doing that in the retrofits as we reconstruct streets in town here. And I would hate to build out overly wide, 32, 36. And then unless we can get, good utilization of that on-street parking, it's just going to end up inducing a lot of speeding and stuff. So that would be the other recommendation.
Sure, we can take a look at that. Typically, Veridian is pretty interested in both side parking streets for their clientele. We could take a look.
Have them sign an agreement that they don't come and ask for speed humps later then, because...
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, you can have that conversation with them, Chris, that it's better to build it at the beginning rather than come back and have to rebuild it later.
Actually, that is our next item is just about that. So they are starting to think about that kind of thing. And they are willing to build those facilities with the projects.
Good.
And pay for them.
Good. Is that all you had then, Grant? Okay. Denise, go ahead.
Comment and a question. So first of all, the mixed-use path that gets around the roundabout without having to go into the street is awesome. Roundabouts are a nightmare for people with disabilities, particularly people who are wheelchair users and people who are blind and visually impaired. So this is commendable and hopefully a model that can be used at other roundabouts in the city as they're installed or redeveloped. And then this is a newbie question. When you have a mixed use path, are those somehow marked to help separate bike and ped traffic?
We have done that in the past. I'm not sure if this one, once I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Yang, but once they get enough volume on them, then we start to consider marking them to try to give people their space. But originally, usually they are just asphalt.
So either Yang or Renee, are you available to answer that? Do we still have Yang and Renee?
I think I heard Renee leave because I can hear that on my screen reader.
You're right. I don't see her there. Yang, he's not.
Looked like trying to unmute myself.
There you are. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, as Chris said, we evaluate, how much users we have here. So it's just, paper marking, so we can add in later. So we don't have any plans to kind of add that right now. But we can definitely take a look. Yeah, maybe it's maybe just do it from the beginning. So we'll look into that. At the least, it will be that we'll do that in the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. Anybody have any more comments or questions on Felland and Tranquility? Love these names, Chris. Okay, I don't see any more hands up. So which one you want to choose next?
Okay, next one, I'll introduce Ike Okafor, also a new engineer with us. He's working on a phase of Grandview Commons. And this one's pretty straightforward, but wanted to just bring it to you guys. So it's a phase of Grandview Commons, North Star Drive, kind of more of a connect the dots project, but the reason we're bringing it before you is because, as I mentioned before, Veridian is interested in installing the traffic calming as their projects go versus having the neighbors petition it later. And in this case, on North Star Drive, we have already installed speed humps and a speed hump and kind of roundabout and bump out system. And in this case, rather than waiting for traffic calming, Veridian is proposing to install the two speed humps with the project. So I'll let Ike just kind of briefly go through the details. This is kind of a smaller phase of construction, but wanted to bring it for you because of the installation of the humps with the street.
So like Chris mentioned, this is going to be a joint project. It's connecting Grandview Commons, the northeastern addition to Grandview Commons, and Grandview Commons Phase 27. So it's Phase 4 for Northeast Addition and Phase 27, which is the last phase for Grandview Commons. The main focus or the main focus for this meeting with regards to this project is the connection of North Star Drive, which is a collector that connects Cottage Grove to Milwaukee Street. Like Chris said, we are going to be installing 2 speed humps. Normally we don't catch these early, but we've had a lot of time to look at this design, and we noticed that there's speeding, there's people speed on this road, and we have a public park down south of North Star, and close to that public park we have existing speed humps, and we thought it would be a good idea to have a couple more just to reduce the speed from the roundabout south to the roundabout north. The connection is going to be about 800 feet. We have 5-foot sidewalks on both sides. We have an existing road on Stony Oak, which is going to intersect at North Star, and it's going to dead end just at the boundary of Phase 4. We're also building a new road called Peterson on Caldera Street. So that will be connecting to the intersection on North Star, and we'll also have something on an extension to Galileo Drive. The connection to Galileo Drive will be made when we come back to do Phase 5 of Grandview Commons Northeast. And the same will be done for Peterson Street. This is going to be really straightforward. The road markings and road design will be on North Star will be similar to what we have south. So it's wide enough for parking on both sides, and I think it'll be mixed use in terms of bike lanes and parking. We'll have a 9-foot terrace, and yes, I think that's pretty much it. The location for the speed humps are preliminary because we don't yet know where the driveway locations will be, and we wouldn't want any conflicts with the driveway locations or the storm management or storm network design. So yeah, that's pretty much what we have now. Do you have any questions?
Comments from the group? Harold, go ahead.
Thank you. This really does get back to what Grant talked about. We build these wide streets, and then you need the speed humps with the parking on both sides and all of that. But in this case, it connects to something else. But I was struck, if you look at the intersection with Stony Oak Lane, that just seems like such a large intersection with wide turn radius. And if you compare that with the intersection with Caldera Street, where you have the bump outs, which are great for pedestrian crossings. So I'm wondering why we're not considering pedestrian bump outs, which, they don't work exactly as speed humps, and they might be required in addition to the speed humps. But that seems like an easy opportunity to make walking easier in that location while also optically narrowing the street and maybe keeping speeds in check a little better.
Maybe, Sean, would you be able to comment on potential bump outs at Stony Oak?
Yeah, I think that that's always a possibility. Streets are this wide to put those in, but based on some of the feedback we've heard from the streets division, they're having some issues with plowing around the bump outs. So we're really trying to limit them to locations where they make the most sense. So near parks and near schools are locations where we're really trying to emphasize them. If we're expecting a lot of pedestrians to cross here, I certainly think that makes sense. But with no real destination, we decided, at this point, not to pursue those. But that change can easily be made if that's the desire here.
Yeah, I mean, there might not be a whole lot of demand there, but I mean, it looks like, this is going to be further developed in Stony Oak Lane. I guess I don't know what it's going to connect to and what the residential density is going to be there. But yeah, now you have the opportunity to do it early on rather than having to worry about it later. Thanks.
Okay. Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. I guess could Sean or Chris, could you speak a little bit more about the feedback from streets? Because that seems like a pretty significant question, and maybe it's something we need to take up as a future agenda item. But I think the bump outs are really important, both for ped crossings and then also as a calming feature. You got a 46-foot wide. That's just wide open, and Google View shows very little, again, parking utilization. So we've got it available on both sides in this massive road that, rarely has parking. At least bump outs are a way to visually close that in at the intersection. So what kind of issues are they reporting, I guess?
Sean, do you have an answer to that?
I think the biggest issue is that they're hitting them with their plows. The snow removal is the biggest issue that we've heard. We've had some comments from them with that, and that it's difficult for them to plow in those areas, and some of the curbs are they're hitting the curbs in some locations. That's just some of the feedback we have. So we've kind of dialed it back and are trying to put them in locations where they make the most sense for that reason.
Maybe that's even a conversation that needs to go to the policy board then, because that just gives me a lot of concern. It would be good to evaluate what the actual impact is, because sure, I get it's going to be easier to just drive in a straight line. I get it, but I think it would be really helpful to get a better understanding of the degree of concern that they're expressing. And I think at a policy level, we need to balance that with pedestrian safety. It doesn't make sense to install sidewalks and everything else and say, but we don't think people are going to use them that much, so we're not going to really, we're in Vision Zero land here. So I think we should be doing it all the time, to be honest with you. Anytime we're going to construct a street, I was going to say we should, look at it for Misty Bridge as well. That in my opinion, that's going to be the best way to improve pedestrian safety and to slow cars down. So I think we need to talk about that more explicitly before we start, putting those in less, because of some feedback from plow operators. So I would encourage you to look at on this project to put them back in. And yeah, maybe we need to figure out whether it's here or the policy board where we have might be a more in-depth conversation about weighing those two values from a policy perspective. And again, I'll just repeat the point about the widths. And I mean, I think maybe with the Complete Streets initiative, that's where we need to take this question on. And, you know, we're kind of, we've got a lot of these widths set out here. So I'm not going to say we should, you know, randomly go from what we have to something different and then back again. But I think it's a real issue to be building this stuff this wide out. I mean, I've been walking around here when the new streets that we built with the Royster Oak stuff. I mean, any day now, I'm going to start to get the calls about speeding, and it's because we again just built something way wider than we need when we don't have if people aren't actually parking their cars there, it's a real problem. So I think where these single family lower density developments, I get the developers might want to, maybe they feel like that's a feature they need to offer their future residents, but I think we got to figure out how to have that conversation with them, because it's not a good, I mean, we're going to be stuck maintaining them as a city, even if they pay for them to put them in the first place. And again, Vision Zero. So I think we should look at adopting some standards around that and figure out, you know, what's the density, and if it doesn't meet a certain threshold. I mean, if these are apartment buildings, et cetera, and we're confident that we're going to get a good number of cars parking on the street there, fine. But otherwise, I think we got to be careful about just doing that old, like, typical section where we build for it and it's just never used. So yeah, not necessarily, I guess, feedback on this, but just something we need to figure out going forward. Thanks.
Okay, Grant. So I have one follow-up, being looking at the priority of bump outs for pedestrian safety versus the issues that snowplow operators have with the bump outs. So we'll have to look and decide if that's something we want to talk about here, if that's something that we as a TC would want to refer to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. And was there a separate issue with regard to the how narrow or wide the streets are, or is that just the...
It is an issue, but I think we'll take it up through the Complete Streets work when we're talking about kind of standard sections going forward. So I don't think we have to call it out separately right now. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good. Then Bill, you're next.
Thank you. I agree with Alder Foster regarding the bump outs. I'm a strong advocate for the bump outs, and I don't want to throw those out. I think we should be adding those in whenever possible. And I think maybe put this to Yang, perhaps maybe some experimentation, if there is Streets is concerned about this, to try to find out, try to experiment with some features that they could add so that the plow operators can, see where the bump outs are. And I think, it may be something that has to be installed, something that's very flexible and so forth. But if that is a concern, because I think we want to put these bump outs wherever possible. So if it means something that they need from some sort of visual cue, maybe we need to do some experiment with some different devices. Thanks.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I don't think I need to, but I just wanted to second that point on the bulb outs. And just to add to that, when we were looking at this initially, I was thinking it's great that from a practical standpoint that we're thinking proactively about speed humps, but part of me was also like, why are we building roads that need speed humps from the get-go? And I think this sort of gets at the crux of that. So.
Okay, and I saw a lot of people nodding their heads when Bill and Grant were talking about the TC being strong advocates for bump outs because of safety, and all of the Vision Zero policy conversations that we have had about the need for safety. Denise, I saw you nodding your head. I think that that's something that we will need to talk about. And Yang, I don't know how best we take that up. So why don't you give that some thought as to whether we have a further conversation here at the TC and then refer it over to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. But it's a good conversation to have. And I also am torn, as Chris just said. very supportive of thinking about traffic calming measures as we're constructing or reconstructing streets. But if we are constructing a street that needs speed humps to slow people down, one of the conversations we've had at the traffic calming subcommittee is think about all the other options. What are all the options about how can we slow cars down? And are speed humps the best option to consider? So those who are on the traffic calming subcommittee, you've heard that conversation a lot, but great to have it raised here as we apply it to a plan. So I don't know, Chris, do you have any other comments with regard to that? It's a balancing act, isn't it?
Which Chris did you mean?
You.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is a balancing act, and this one's kind of a tricky one because it's just the way the neighborhood laid out. North Star is certainly going to be an attractive collector street, and when we have those homes that front that collector type street, I think that these kind of issues come up. You can see what we've done though with the plat, with certain intersections have the roundabouts to try to plan for that to do the best you can. But at some point, when you want those grids, those longer streets that connect, as Ike mentioned, between Cottage Grove and Milwaukee Street is certainly going to be a popular street for people to use, and it is a balancing act to try to figure out how to design that.
Sure. Ken, go ahead.
Just a question, Chris. I'm assuming anytime you're doing speed humps, you've involved the fire department.
Well, in this case, since it's really an extension of the speed humps that are already put in, we would just kind of mimic those. But there's a standard design that we use that is enough
okay
for them to be able to get over.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with this area enough to know even where the fire station that would cover this area is, and whether I know where the fire station 9, mainly runs its trucks through neighborhoods, but I don't know what this neighborhood looks like. Anyway.
Well, yeah, your folks always are very careful to make sure that all the emergency response people are aware of what's happening whenever there's speed humps being considered. And, if it's on a metro, it's not apparently on a metro bus route because we're not considering speed humps for something like that. So,
I just on a brand new neighborhood. I was just wondering. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. No, great question. Any other comments or questions? Good conversation. Okay, I think that's it. Then it looks like we have was that North Star Drive as well?
That was it. Yep.
That was it. Okay, there's two of them there. Okay. So thanks very much. We've raised some issues that I've noted down for us to talk about on future agenda items. Good conversations that work well with a lot of the traffic calming discussions we've been having. So thanks to Chris and Ike and Aaron and Jim and everybody and Sean Yang with regard to those projects. So next item on the agenda is the 2019 traffic crash facts report and the follow-up on the 2018 report. So Yang, I'll let you do a brief intro.
Okay, thank you, Anne. So each year, traffic engineering prepare traffic crash fact reports, for all the crashes that happened the previous year. So that's been happening for many years, and also for many years we have been using the same format. Starting from last year, we really started to think about how to make it more useful. And thanks to a lot of really good guidance and input from the commission, we made a bunch of changes. For example, last year we made a couple major changes. We added 5-year summary data instead of just a single year. And we also took severity into consideration because not all crashes are created equal. So, simply ranking by number of crashes may not tell the full story. So we added another section talking about the EPDO, which is equivalent property damage only factor. Basically, converting all the crashes to the same level. If there's a fatality, it should be weighted much more. Than simply some damage to a vehicle. So that's a couple of major things we made last year. We continue that this year, and also this year we made another major change. We expanded the intersection, from just at the intersection to 250 feet each approach, on each leg. The reason for that is that we're trying to capture some of the crashes, not right at the intersection, but maybe related to the intersection, such as rear-end crashes. And also, we want to be consistent with other reporting agencies, such as WISTA and MPO using that, following that as well. So just to be consistent, so that when we putting out different reports, we are comparing apples to apples. So that's kind of a major change we made this year. And also after we produce the report, we also dive deeper into all those data and identify locations for improvements, and especially some really quick fixes, such as timing change or flashing adjustments, things like that, and also looking for bigger projects for longer term improvements. So this report kind of will be divided into two parts. The first part is the actual 2019 crash facts and summaries, statistics, and the second part will be the follow up from our last year's report. So my colleague, Mark Winter from Traffic Engineering will talk about details. So Mark, I will hand it to you.
All right, thanks, Yang. Mark Winter from Traffic Engineering. And I'm gonna share my screen here. Just gonna go over just a quick couple of pages of share screen of the report. Just where's the PDF? Here's this. All right, give me okay. So share screen and then hit share. Did that work?
Yes, it did.
All right. So this is a couple pages here just to briefly introduce the report. It's we got about it's a compilation of about 5,000 crashes. Actually, the crash number is under 5,000 this year. It was over last year, so we're down a few hundred crashes from last year. The report is just has some basic statistics, kind of the most common factors, most common reasons for crashes at intersections, and it's got the top 30 high frequency. It's kind of our starting point for further analysis and between the TE and the police department. It contains only reportable crashes, and those are any that involve an injury or property damage of 1,000 to the vehicle or property, or 200 if it's on government. it's about a 40-page report, and it has it kind of grouped into different sections and intersection crashes, roundabout crashes, mid-block crashes, bicycle bed. So any statistic of interest, you can kind of go to that section and look that up. So as Yang said, this year, I'll try to increase that. There's a few changes. So you'll see, it looks like the intersections had more crashes compared to last year, but that's because we expanded the distance. We look for crashes at the intersection. Last year and previous years, we just looked between the crosswalks. And now this year, we're going 250 feet down each leg at the intersection. So the numbers look a little higher. And we're going to see different intersections doing it that way than we did in the past. So our 5-year average is kind of iffy for this. It'll be that way for a couple of years. So that's the graphic on the right, or on the left, excuse me, is the crash report, top 30 intersections. And the 2019 count includes the 250 foot. The 5-year average includes this year plus the previous years that we just counted the crashes within the intersection. So that average doesn't really matter right now. And then the 5-year EPDO graphic is also in the report. I think we have this at the very end as an appendix. So this looks at crashes more from the injury perspective. And that's more in line with a priority intersection, a place to look for improvement, rather than our top 30 high frequency. You can kind of use that section to look at issues that can be corrected, maybe a little more simply. Maybe it's signal timing, signage, marking, whatever. The 5-year EPDO summary, there might be some other issues, design issues that are more, that this might pull up. It'll pull intersections out that may have other issues that are a little more difficult to more costly to fix. The crash report's available online. If you go to TE's homepage, we got a reports and studies section. And then once you click there, you go to current reports and studies, and then it's just click on that link. Here's just a graphic of the pins, citywide map showing the different pins, and kind of gives you an idea of where the crashes are occurring in the types. And that concludes this basic summary of the report itself.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. So what's the relationship of this work to the high injury network work? Because that was at TPB on Monday, and there were questions there about the high injury network not seeming to catch intersections in the way that you might expect. And there seems to be work here that speaks to that. So how are these things all getting connected?
So I'll go back to this page here. So this report, it's kind of an annual report to try to capture the high frequency intersections and some of the common factors of the common reasons people are getting in crashes. So it's more of a statistical look at the frequent. Maybe people are failing to yield the red light. Maybe they're there's a lot of left turn crashes. So it's just kind of a cursory look at what's going on. And then it's information for other drivers, try to help them look at make them better, safer drivers. The high injury network is a little more in-depth analysis, and it goes through 5 years of crashes. It's more similar to the EPDO summary, and it looks at severity. So that will pull out where the annual report will just looks at 1 year, and it may not pull out intersections that have injuries. It might have high frequency crashes, but not necessarily injuries. Where the 5-year EPDO, where we're looking at injuries and making intersections that have higher injury rates float to the top. And that's what the high injury network map kind of does. So there may be a situation where you do have a high frequency crash intersection, but low injuries that won't show up on the high injury map or this EPDO summary.
So Mark is definitely correct on that, and I just want to add on a little bit. The high injury network is kind of one step further than this kind of basic data. However, though, we're actually trying to include that every year into this report. The first year, how to define the high injury network, that took a lot of time, a lot of effort. We kind of debating on the methodology and what should be included. But over time, we hope that will become, once we have a well-defined methodology, hopefully the analysis on that will be just, a process. So in the future years, we actually would like to include, the high injury network update for that year's data in this report. We kind of holding on to this project a little bit this year, trying to see whether we can wait for that one. But we still have some work left to do, for the first version of high injury network. So that was not included here this year. But we do have a plan to bring that to TC at a future meeting. It was also TPB also asked staff to get some input from TC as well. So obviously it's a good question.
Yeah, thanks. I get the distinction between the reports now, and it just seemed like want to make sure they're not like being thought of as completely distinct efforts, and so thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Ken, go ahead. You're muted, Ken.
For both Mark and Yang, this is the first time that you've done it this way. Is there anything that jumped out to either of you as far as a new insight or anything like that? Or was this pretty much stuff you guys already knew?
Mark, I'll let you go first, since you are more familiar with the detailed data.
And are you talking about the report itself or the injury, the high injury network?
Either thing. I mean, I just found so many things that I appreciated about this new report, but I was just thinking, in the process of putting this report out to us, is there anything that struck you as sort of, wow, this is really a new way to look at things?
I'll start on one thing, and I know Mark will probably have more thing to add. I think one thing really struck me is that once we use the 250 feet methodology, we saw the ranking, some intersections jumped a lot, and some intersections, I think for example, some of University Avenue was ranked pretty low previously, but when we expand the limit, we captured we found there's a lot of rear end crashes that really pushed the intersection ranking, quite high. Some of the crashes, on these segments may not be related to intersection, but actually some are related to the intersection operation. So we found that, that actually can provide some new insights into how to improve operation and safety. Mark, you have any additional things to add?
No, there's not much more. There's still the intersections that have the high volumes are still showing up at the top, so that wasn't too different. But not directly to this report, but from our work on defining the high injury network. I think that's also something kind of interesting. We have always known that our crashes are kind of concentrated, but it actually when you plot them out and calculate how much of them is happening on certain miles of roadways. It's still, I think, I wouldn't say shocking, but still, very interesting to see that, basically, 80% of crashes also are just concentrated about 10% of roadways. And also, some of the, we look into some of the kind of equity related issues. We always know that vulnerable users, pedestrians, bicyclists, are disproportionately represented in the injury crashes, and that's also confirmed as we look into those data. I'm sure we don't have information for others yet, but we're trying to work with UW TOPS Lab and also public health. They were helping us with and then the pandemic hit, so they are busy with that. We're also trying to relate to the other information like a race into this. We know from our communities, some of the population may not be, properly represented in these statistics as well. So we're still trying to, figure that out, for our city. Some other users like, visually impaired users or other disabled users. Right now it's just very hard for us to capture those information, but we'll think of ways trying to capture those and to see whether we can improve safety for our users.
Just a suggestion for probably this is more for media and educating the public. It would be interesting if you have the capacity for 3 to 5 of your high volume intersections to not just name it like University and Park, but to actually have a thing of University and Park and show how many of those crashes are within the same 25 square foot section. That it's not just the intersection, but it's almost identical. My guess is the left turn, the failure to lead or yield kind of thing, but a way to just remind those people that both have social media and other media that this is exactly where the impact is. This is exactly where you need to be making or paying attention.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thank you.
Hey, is that all you had, Ken?
Yep.
Greg, go ahead.
Thank you. And Ken, I don't know if you saw, but there is another attachment from that does diagram out the top intersections and shows that kind of where what is happening. I was going to reinforce what Chris had said, and it sounds, being based on your response, sounds like this is that you're already thinking the same way, and it's just sort of a matter of timing in terms of coordinating this with the high injury network. But I guess I would just go as far as to say, I think the question of how do we integrate Vision Zero with the crash reports going forward, maybe that's a specific item we should add to the Vision Zero work plan. Because I think they should be completely integrated, in my opinion. And I think given that policy direction to really focus on fatalities and serious injuries that the high injury network is focused on, I mean, I'm imagining we should kind of, for the 2020 report, we should consider being very explicit about it being part of our Vision Zero work, this report and analysis. And also, maybe it's the time where we should start to shift and put the EPDO stuff on the front end, rather than, I think we kind of started including that because we used to always just focus on like number of crashes. But given that, I think we've committed to a focus of injury reduction and prevention, maybe that should actually start to be our starting point. And then also, specifically for when you do that deeper dive analysis on the top intersections, like you did with the 28 report that you shared, maybe also then focusing on the top intersections by injury fatality rather than just sort of frequency of crashes. So yeah, I think this will be a great opportunity for us to really integrate those things. And maybe Patrick, if you could send a link out to the Vision Zero discussion from the last TPPB meeting, it would be good, I think, for TC members to just view that. And then, as Yang said, the board did recommend, they asked for a little bit of better definition around what the high injury network is and how it will be used and how we're sort of determining it. So staff is working on that. And then the goal is to bring the actual draft network here to the Transportation Commission for feedback. So I think we'll get a good opportunity to look at that here, and I think hopefully down the road as we roll out Vision Zero more, that'll sort of be the focus, and the crash report will be in support of that work and not kind of separate from it. So thanks.
Hey, Harold, you're next.
Thank you. Just a very brief suggestion. So in the section specifically about bike crashes, pedestrian crashes, moped, motorcycle, because there are relatively low numbers year to year, just adding those 5-year averages to that sections of the report, I think would be helpful because, how much can you say from like, oh yeah, there were 2 bike crashes at this intersection. I think the longer time period might help us get a better sense of, where are the relevant intersections for the subcategory of people. That's all I have there. Thank you.
Great suggestion. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Harold. And that actually, I don't see any more hands up. Oh, somebody just popped up there, I thought. Bill, go ahead. You're muted, Bill. Stefan, there you go.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. Sorry, it took me so long. Great job, guys. I really like the report. I think it's a great improvement, and I think it's a good job. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going to play off of or follow up with what Harold was just talking about with regard to what Yang called the vulnerable users. Even though there weren't a large number of crashes for mopeds, motorcycles, pedestrians, and bikes, you can't help but notice for mopeds, 100% of the crashes had an injury. Motorcycles, 42 of 44 had injuries. Pedestrians, 77 of 90. Bikes, 65 of 76. And then conversely, roundabouts, not a huge fan of roundabouts. Before I got on the Transportation Commission, much bigger fan now as I understand the safety reasons. 9, of 81 with injuries. So, really reduced there. So, and I haven't had an opportunity to look at the high injury network discussion from the TPPV yet, but, those vulnerable users are kind of high on my list to ask about because, vehicle versus pedestrian or bicyclist, you always know who's going to lose in that situation. So I look forward to the discussion that we'll have at the TC. So if we don't have any other conversation on that, do we want to move on to the follow-up from the 2018 report? And then once we're through that, I'm going to need a motion from somebody to accept both the reports. So Mark, are you doing the follow-up from the 2018 as well?
Yes, that's the spreadsheet that should be coming up now.
Okay.
It says my screen sharing is paused. Is it?
Well, you still have the other one up there.
Get this to unpause. Stop. No. All right.
Stefan, does he have to take that one down first?
So Mark Winter is sharing. If Mark could stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Okay.
And then go ahead and share.
And now share.
Aha. So 2 steps. You got to stop and start again.
So it's a spreadsheet this time?
Yep. There you go. Thank you.
So let me minimize this. Okay. So this is from 2018's crash report, and it just kind of goes over the top 30. It's just a summary. We look at the diagram. Here's an example of a diagram for number 1, and this is what Ken was talking about, adding to the report for some of the top 5 or whatever, something like this that would tell people exactly what the major issue is here. So at Gammon and Mineral Point, for example, you see a lot of angle crashes right in this quadrant. And if you...
Can you click on it down at the bottom, Mark? Did you want to go to that diagram or not?
Oh, I didn't go to the diagram?
No, we're still on the spreadsheet.
Oh boy, so I got to keep stopping and redoing it?
Well, no, I think, can you try going down to the bottom and click on that?
Okay, let's see. Let me get that back up again.
Your worksheet?
Oh.
Yeah, if you click at the bottom of the worksheet, isn't it included there? Because I can see Gammon and that. Yeah, does that work? Hey, nope.
It's a PDF. If I minimize this, can you see it now?
Mark, when you share, if you don't choose a specific program, you share your desktop, I think that will follow.
Okay, I'm going to stop and start again with the desktop then.
I know nothing about screen sharing, so I'm of no help to it at all.
So I just picked the screen then.
Yeah, don't pick a specific program, just pick this whole screen.
So that
there you go.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. So here's the example of a crash diagram for, this is the number 1 off the 2018 list. And you can see there's a lot of angle crashes here at this quadrant. And also on the, so that was this Gammon and Mineral Point. The other thing to look at, so that all those crashes were left turns, traveling westbound, turning south, and then not yielding or going through red or whatever. Anyway, this end of the spreadsheet is the important. This is the follow-up section. So for each intersection, we kind of have a suggested review, and then the treatments, what actually happened or what's going to happen. So 2018 was an interesting year. You got to remember that the 2018 information comes out in 2019, and there was an issue with some of the data because we used the state's information from the TOPS lab. They were still having some issues with the new database, so this didn't come out till fall of 2019. So the final database. So some of these things you'll see on treatment talk about 2020 stuff, and that's because toward the end of 2019 we already were talking Vision Zero, and kind of had projects on our mind, and also we were looking at hiring a consultant to do a study of our crashes for that year. So you can see here's some of the treatments. So the number one, that was also studied by our consultant, and that was that's a candidate for a 2022 safety project. That's Gammon and Mineral Point. It's also in the Gammon Road speed reduction area corridor that we did for Vision Zero 2020.
Yeah, the 2022 safety project that Mark was mentioning is for a federal safety grant. So we actually prepared and applied for some federal funding. I think a total about $700,000. We did get actually some initial positive feedback on that. So hopefully, we can get a grant and do a safety improvement project there. Mm-hmm. And we're also working on more applications, for the same federal grant.
So maybe since everybody should have had an opportunity to look at this, Mark, maybe we could ask if people have questions or comments about the suggested review and the treatment for those crashes from 2018.
Sure.
Do people have comments or questions about what's been suggested? Because there are 8 of them that are monitor only, and the rest of them do have some suggestions about things to be done. So what comments or questions do people have? I mean, it looks like a lot of time and effort has been spent on trying to figure out how to use this data to make those intersections safer. I don't see any hands up. No questions or comments from the group? Okay, would somebody, we would need a motion to accept both of the reports that we have before us. Bill? And a motion, and Bridget a second, I assume?
That's correct.
Bridget, you seconding?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I guess I would like to just comment, if
sure, go ahead, Bill.
Nobody is necessarily raising their hands or anything. I think we have to believe that Mark and the rest of the traffic engineering staff have obviously taken a lot more time to look at these and look at the crash diagrams and so forth, and if necessary, look at photographs or look at the out at the scene and or at those intersections. So I'm going to trust their judgment that I think they look like they have done some good work as far as trying to find some suggestions for improvement. So I don't want to second guess them on any of those things.
Okay. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously a lot of work has gone in here, and it's really important work. Like I said earlier, I think maybe in future years we just choose the priorities based on the injury severity. And then I think what's really the best part of this for me is looking at that column P, as Mark pointed out. That's really where the action is happening, and to see so many interventions planned for or that either happened in 19, 20, 21, or 22. I think that's really important. So I appreciate that. Clearly, we're taking it very seriously, and when we're identifying issues, we're coming up with solutions. So that's really great to see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments or questions? A lot of great work has gone into this, and we certainly appreciate it. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote accepting these reports. If anybody wants to object or have a roll call vote, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, thanks so much for this information. The reports are accepted unanimously. Great, thank you, Mark. Yang, we want to move on to item 12, the traffic signal priority list. Now, we do have, I did note that we had at least one person registered that wanted to speak. Is that correct, Patrick?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Stefan. So our normal process would be to have the presentation so that members of the public can hear what staff has to say, and then we'll hear from the public, and then have commission discussion. So, Yang, if you want to give an intro. And
sure.
Jerry,
Yeah.
Is it Jerry that's going to take it from there?
Yeah, and then Graham and Jerry will provide details.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just want to kind of provide a really high level overview, especially for our new members, and also we have some challenges this year, and we are trying to make some improvements as well. So I want to highlight those kind of for background information. This is another program that we do annually. Basically, this provides the signal priority list provides a tool and a process for us to evaluate all the different signalization requests throughout the city. Apparently we don't have resources to build a signal for all of them, and also some locations may not be suitable for signals because of the relatively high cost for installation and maintenance. It also will significantly change the the streets that it's going to be on, potentially change the whole neighborhood. So the benefits are huge, but the impacts are significant as well. So this provides a process for us, and the commission has always give us good guidance and choose which interaction to signalize for the following year. This year has been a very challenging year for this work. We all know that traffic volume has been very abnormal. We have seen drop as much as 52% of volumes at a certain point, and now it's climbing back up. Anywhere our streets right now, anywhere between 70%, 90% of the normal volume, and also schools are not in session, so this makes the evaluation of the requests very difficult because when we go out to gather data, the data will not be representative of what could be the normal reality. However, though, we don't want to just go like a year go by without doing any work in this area, because we understand that our residents has put in the request, and they want us to evaluate that, and they want hopefully to see some improvements. So we went ahead, try our best to do this anyways. So I would like you to know upfront that this is not going to be perfect this year. But we're trying to, for all requests, we're trying to rely on, not rely on this year's data, but rather the previous 3 years if we have any data. So for some locations, luckily, we do have some accounts. And some locations, we don't for the last 3 years. And we don't feel like if we just use this year's data, we're doing much justice, to these requests. So we are kind of that's one consideration. We are also trying to build in, improvements to the process as well. And again, thanks to this body for the great, suggestion and inputs all the way, since the new commission is formed. That one thing we try to, one thing you heard from the commission, and we're trying to reflect in our work is trying to take a more systematic view of all the requests. Even though some intersections are not suitable for signalization, and we know that maybe right away or ranked very low, we kind of took a kind of in-depth look into all of them, and we propose to do more study, further study. Instead of just 3-5 or so intersections as we always do in previous years, for all the actually 15 new intersections on the list, since we haven't looked into them before, we're going to do more study on all those 15. Actually, we added another one, making 16 for a good reason that Graham and Jerry will cover. But as always, we also want the guidance from the commission. Maybe pick up the 5 or so intersection, for even more detailed study for potential signalization that we're going to do. We're going to do in 2021. But for all the others new intersections, we're going to evaluate them and trying to find other improvements for it, even though it might not fit into the signal priority list. We can look into other improvements through our other programs, such as petabyte enhancements, safe route to school, other things, and maybe individual projects if it warrants it, and if we have funds to do it. So again, I just want to point out that this year has been challenging, and you will see that our recommendation this year may not be also analysis may not be perfect because of data issue, and we're going to make some improvements in terms of doing more systematic view on improvements, just not just looking at signals, but putting other treatments as well. For all the new intersections we received this year, and as always, we have some recommendations for a study or 5 intersections also for signalization, but we also want the input from the commission. And we ask, approval to move forward to focus on those intersections. So with that, I'll pass on to Graham and Jerry for details.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And you can also assume that everybody has read the reports that you distributed. So
okay, sounds good. No, thank you for the intro, Yang, and I'm relatively new to city traffic, but so I think this is my first time presenting at a TC meeting. It's always good to put more faces with names. So I will be doing a little bit further intro in terms of the traffic signal priority list, and if I can share my screen, I just have some talking points that I don't know. I could either read at you or I could share. So I think I'll just share this stuff, and perhaps it might be an easier way just to digest information. So you guys can see that okay, I assume?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, Graham Heights Traffic Engineering will be turning the reins over to Jerry Shippa, who's going to be doing most of the heavy lifting in terms of discussion related to specific locations. Just a quick review of the materials that were distributed in advance of the meeting, the public notice, a draft copy of the traffic signal priority list for the year, a document describing criteria for installation of traffic signals, which kind of is a high-level overview of METCD warrant criteria, and the request log that documents specific requests for signalization at various locations. As Yang mentioned, there were we got 15 newly requested intersections. Those were included on the draft signal priority list and were highlighted yellow just for convenience, so you could identify those and see where those ranked initially. 3 intersections were removed from last year's list based on planned improvements, and I believe all of 3 of those locations will be getting signalized. Just a brief overview of the process and how the list is generated. After we receive requests for traffic signal control, the locations are placed on our list and the following actions are taken. Traffic is counted. The count is conducted on the approach to the intersection, so that may include multiple turn lanes, various movements that maybe have volumes discounted later in time if it's shown that that would be, the warrants should be further reviewed. High-level crash review is also looked at to determine kind of like where the signal may be in terms of a safety record. The collected data is evaluated and compared to the minimum criteria published in the METCD. We typically rely on the warrant 1, which are the 8-hour volume warrants, which demonstrate a higher level of traffic volume at an intersection over a period of time throughout the day. So it's not just a spike in traffic that may result in delay during a certain period of the day for a short time, but it shows a sustained need for some modified control. There are 9 signal warrants that consist of 11 criteria. One warrant has kind of 3 sub bullets there that are documented in the METCD, which is a federal highway publication. These are used nationally. They're a systematic method to review and evaluate the need for signals at various intersections. Again, the 8-hour volume warrants are the primary consideration. These are more than a cursory guide. The state of Wisconsin statutorily adopts the METCD, and it pertains to all agencies within the state on public roadways. So those volumes are there for a reason. They're typically they're a typical resource to be referenced. Meeting just one of these criteria can be a justification for signals, but there may be other needs identified or other needs identified for a location. So we also consider other factors, not just strictly the warrants, but in terms of what the impact of a signal, anticipated impact of a signal may be at a specific location, if its signals are suited for various location based on queuing and other system criteria or considerations rather. We rank these high-level warrant. The high-level warrant review is then sorted, and then the intersections are ranked based on the percent over or under that those intersections may meet. Again, as published in the METCD, if a signal is at or meeting or shown to be at or meeting warrants from that high-level review, we will then put it on the list for a more intense review, which may include field data collection, such as a full turning movement count, a more in-depth crash study, delay studies, Q analysis, and so forth, or modeling to project in the future how that signal would function, not necessarily just tomorrow, but how it may work 20 years from now, and if that is still an appropriate treatment. Yang kind of touched on it, or I should say did touch on it. If we don't necessarily consider an intersection a viable location for a signal, we may consider other treatments of that location, depending on what the needs are. Let's see. Signals represent a significant investment due to required equipment, ongoing operations and maintenance. Many times we may need to do geometric modifications to allow the signal to function properly. Just signalizing a very basic intersection that doesn't allow various movements to get out of the way or accommodate bikes or peds in certain ways may need to be improved before we can do that. Other consequences are, user delay and emissions and changes to traffic patterns. Let's see. And I think we already kind of covered the last bullet. As Yang mentioned, the COVID volumes impacts have been kind of a consideration. We will be looking at what volume data may be available for various locations. If we have volume data for specific intersections in the past, say, 3 years, we would consider that to be relevant, assuming there wasn't like a major land use change in the area. Other things that we may be able to do are, hopefully able to go out and get turning movement counts. But at the end of the day, we may wind up deferring some of these. 2 out of the 15 were semi-school type requests. So those will definitely be deferred until, things resume to, I guess, a more normal state. I'm not sure that I missed anything that I had hoped to cover in the intro here, unless Jerry or Yang can think of anything. But before we turn it over to Jerry, maybe we'll just do a quick pause and see if there's any questions related to how we consider them within the ranking process, and maybe speak to that before, again, we kind of get into specific locations.
Greg, go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, in terms of kind of the warrant system and our flexibility, I mean, there were a few mentions of the value of kind of relying on those warrants. To me, it's, and I've gone through, 6 years of this analysis here. And, one of the things that most often comes up is it seems that these warrants don't do a great job of addressing the issue of pedestrian bike network connectivity and the significant challenges for crossing unsignalized intersections, because the ped warrant is such a, 100 per hour for 4 hours or something, like volume wise. And so I guess one specific question and a broader question, but the specific one on that is, it says the frequency of gaps in major street traffic average less than 1 per minute. Is there a definition around what a gap is, and is it related to the crossing distance? So, I'll preview one of my questions that I bring up every single year, which is 6th and Pennsylvania, or 6th and, I think it's Pennsylvania there, not Packers, but it's what, 7 lanes wide, and traffic moving at 50 miles an hour. And I noticed that it showed up on the high injury network as having 2, I think they were both ped injury crashes. So, it sort of begs the question, like, okay, now we're focusing on safety vision 0. We see that. I mean, maybe a signal isn't the answer, but it seems clear to me that there's an issue with pedestrians crossing that intersection, and I don't know how we're ever going to get warrants met. So 1, how is that frequency of gaps defined? And 2, how much flexibility do we have to consider signal installation outside of this warrant system, particularly related to ped bike connectivity, and secondly, to safety, but safety that doesn't require 5 crashes in a 12-month period in order to qualify?
Okay. Well, regarding the availability of gaps for pedestrians, I guess to kind of get into that, I kind of like to get into maybe your second question first a little bit. I think a hybridization of warrants may be a consideration for certain circumstances, such as perhaps like bicycles or other users that may behave like vehicles, and the applicability of those volumes to warrants may be kind of case by case depending on the scenario. I guess as far as using pedestrians as like intersecting traffic volume for applicability to like a volume warrant or something like that. I think state statute addresses that at some level, in that vehicles are meant to yield to pedestrians. And so anticipating how vehicles may respond to pedestrians that use a crossing maybe also need to be considered in those kind of cases. It could be kind of a, how do I put it? I'm not sure how else to put it, but a slippery slope in a way of redefining or interpreting warrants for various road users in various circumstances, because then we may wind up looking at more of these locations. And certainly, as we know, signals don't come cheap. Signalized intersections can get into the millions of dollars potentially, depending on what types of improvements may need to be made. Regarding the availability of ped gaps, I would say that would relate to the ability of a pedestrian to enter the intersection lawfully, and for vehicles to identify that and yield accordingly. So I don't know, does that answer your question on that one?
I mean, it does, but it's terrifying. I mean, to say that, there's enough of a gap where I can put a foot in the crosswalk, and now as long as the, 14 cars that are traveling at 55 miles an hour obey the law. I mean, is anybody on this call, would you tell your kids to take that approach? So, I mean, and obviously this is MUTCD. I don't want you to, I don't mean to direct this at you. I guess my bigger question is, let's say from a policy perspective, City of Madison, we wanted to prioritize we identify some primary pedestrian or bicycle networks, and we identify a gap that we have this great network, but there's not however we define it, there's not a good safe crossing of a major arterial street. How much license do we have to say it doesn't meet the warrants? We're not going to manipulate them enough to pretend like it meets it, but we want to prioritize stopping traffic to allow pedestrians to cross here.
Sure.
Can we make that choice? Do you feel like that's entering us into legal issues, or?
Well,
I'm sorry, I know this is your first time. I didn't mean to grill you.
No. It's my first time in this meeting, but not the first time these types of questions have come up. I would say, as a rule, a good philosophy, or a philosophy that's routinely applied in traffic engineering, is to make incremental changes and to make slight changes to see if it addresses the issue that's before us. So, to that point, I would say, again, if there are other more low-cost solutions that could address that issue, such as like an RFB installation, or maybe some slight geometric changes to help with identification of PEDs and then getting PEDs across those types of barriers, I would say those should be explored first. Again, it's kind of a systematic review, and I think, if there is a network type of scenario and then there's one barrier, I think there's probably other solutions that we could look to help remedy those situations before necessarily going to perhaps like a signalized intersection scenario. But I know that would be, I think, the preferred method of addressing those specific locations if we can. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. But at the end of the day, if we sort of do that and think through it and maybe try some things, and like if ultimately we say, you know what, we really do want to get this crossing, and at this point, signalization is what we think is really the only viable option, then we could proceed with that, even if it doesn't technically meet the warrants in MUTCD.
I would say that, if a study were performed or some analysis to show that the benefits outweigh the negatives, that would make a better case for a situation like that. Again, if we have a situation where it's been identified where a specific road user type may have difficulty using an intersection, but there's not necessarily a documented issue of that. If it's more of a concern-based request versus an actual problem. I mean, we know signals are going to create rear end crashes, for example, and we know it's going to increase, user delay and so forth. So, I think we would need to weigh those considerations for proceeding with a solution that may actually be more detriment in certain ways, and make sure it's solving the problem, and not necessarily creating others. So.
That's helpful. Thanks. And I've got some comments on some of the specific stuff, but I'll wait on that. And just one last comment, kind of generally, is we may want to think about the timing of this work. So we do it on an annual basis, but clearly a lot of the warrants are really about sort of traffic flow and minimizing delay and that sort of stuff. And I think we try and be very thoughtful about that. I think we are focused on some of the other issues of it, but given that this is a time where a lot of those issues get surfaced, right? And you get a request for a traffic signal because there's a pedestrian crossing issue. You probably know as soon as you get it that it's not going to meet the warrants, right? So it goes into the program. I'm just thinking we should maybe start thinking about the timing of it, and maybe there's a way to sort of align it timing wise a little bit more with like our ped bike enhancement kind of requests, and maybe we do a sort of a separate process related to the signal prioritization. But that might be one opportunity where we can hear requests that we received, and instead of just saying we're going to look at other options for it, maybe we could kind of start to think about integrating it a little bit into that work. So just a kind of general comment that we could think about for future years. But thanks for answering all the rest.
Thank you.
Okay, Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to echo some of the points that Alder Foster has made without repeating too much. I mean, I think, we have to deal with the MUTCD warrant system, but I mean, there has been a lot of criticism for exactly emphasizing traffic flow and not caring much about pedestrian delay, because we don't even have a way of measuring or modeling that. Does not have a focus on the safety of vulnerable users. And I think the example of Pennsylvania Avenue is a good one, but I mean, the other one that's in the list, and we might be talking about that more, is the crossing off University Avenue at Henry Mall, which really shows like what high standard there is for the pedestrian warrant. If you look at the spreadsheet, and so this is on campus, there's a lot of people crossing there or wanting to cross. You have like a bus lane, a bike lane, three traffic lanes, and then the counterflow bike lane with a marked crosswalk. Speed limit is relatively low. And then if you look at the numbers there, so the warrant is met 36%. And so thinking about like how many people would there have to be for the warrant to be met really shows you that it's almost impossible to meet that warrant. Mm-hmm. And so really thinking about, we're bound by the MUTCD to some extent, but still finding a way of allowing people to cross the street if they're not in cars safely in where there is a lot of demand or where there is the demand for having a network connection is really something that we have to do in the context of Vision Zero, that we have to do in the context of, making walking safe and convenient everywhere. And I'm not sure what the solution is. And I think we've talked about some of the ways that we can get there. But I think that's the challenge ahead of us.
And regarding that specific location, I mean, I don't want to steal Gary's thunder, but I think, that there might be some unique solutions for that. That's obviously within a closely spaced signal system. So, I mean, as far as addressing a delay for a location like that, I mean, the delay would likely be similar if that were signalized because of, the need for coordination through there. But there may be some other treatments that might be able to function at that location.
Yeah, again, and I'm not saying, I fully acknowledge traffic signals are often not the right way to fix these problems, but we need to get to that first step of there's a problem there, and then we can figure out what the solution to it is. Thank you.
Okay, Bill, you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to take a little bit of a contrarian view to what Alder Foster and maybe even what Harold spoke about, because I view traffic signals as kind of I don't want to say a last resort, but it better be very cautiously viewed of putting things in that let's say really deviate from the MUTCD. I think if you look at the crash reports that we just got done looking at Yang and Mark presented, you'll see that those are already signalized intersections. So some of those intersections are already some of our highest crash locations in the city. So I think it just is a rule of thumb. You put in a new traffic signal, you're going to see more crashes. And that is, I think, maybe Graham, I don't know, maybe you could speak to that, maybe perhaps, but I just think that you have to use a lot of caution before signals go in. I think if we have a location where we are really concerned about pedestrians, that we have to prioritize that location with an overpass. I don't necessarily recommend underpasses, but I like overpasses better than underpasses. But yes, they're expensive, but I think those are a better overall treatment. And then you've got to have obviously make it so that pedestrians have to use it, not just if they want to use it. And there's a lot of engineering that have to go into those kinds of locations. But I think I'm not really in favor of going too far below the warrants, just because we think that pedestrians will be safer, because it's pedestrians, the drivers are not going to respect those kinds of crash locations, and you're going to see a lot of problems with those signals. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. To your point, I mean, if we generally don't decrease the crash frequency when we install signals. If we have an angle crash problem, we tend to trade that for a rear end crash problem. And so, I mean, again, it's a safety device insofar as it promotes flow through the intersection, assigned right of way, but there's still obviously strong potential for conflict. Thank you for the input.
Okay, before we get into the detail, I just want to, Patrick printed the detail for me because it's a gigantic spreadsheet that I can't print on my home printer. And I only have 11 numbers highlighted in yellow on the one that I have, and you keep talking about 15 that were highlighted. So was there a change from the initial list?
I can speak to that. There was just a couple that were missed in the highlighting process. So when I share my screen, I can share the highlighted for the.
Okay, I just want to make sure when we get to the motion part that we're all on the same page with regard to the numbers.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All I know is I have 11, not 15. So.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for the clarification. That was the case. So.
All right.
I'll pass it to you then, Gary. Do I need to quit sharing?
No, you're done sharing. It's gone.
All right. Yeah, I will get into the specific locations and kind of give a brief description of the nature of the requests. And Anne, as you mentioned, after sending that spreadsheet on, we did catch a couple that were not highlighted. So if I could, I'd like to share my screen and we can work off that. And then following that, we've got a Word document which I'll also share, and that will kind of be the list of further intersection reviews that we'd be working off of.
Okay. Be sure that gets to Legistar so that
Yep,
the final
I will
document.
send that right after.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just going to work top to bottom, and as as Graham mentioned, this list is organized in the way that these intersections rank with warrant 1A and 1B. So you might have an intersection that meets on a few other warrants that might be number 80 on the list. So starting at the top, we have East Washington, Malvern Court, Rethke. This is an intersection that currently has a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. An individual requested that be upgraded to include or to a traffic signal with accessible pedestrian signal functionality. So we added that to the list. This currently sits at the list just based on the raw 2020 hose counts. So this will be an intersection that it's new to the list and that currently is meeting the warrant 1A. We'd like to do some further study. So on the next document, you'll see that's an intersection that we're recommending for further study. Moving down at number 16, Milwaukee and Thompson. This has been on the list for a while and has been studied fairly recently, at least within the last 5 years since I've been here. So we collected hose counts in 2020 and we compared that to the 2019 hose counts that we did when we studied the last year. And while there wasn't a ton of difference in the volumes, some of the times a day that the volumes kind of changed had some impact. But one of the big things was we got speed studies out here before the speed limit was changed. And we found the 85th percentile speed was above 40 miles per hour. So the MUTCD says that anytime you have speeds either posted or observed above 40 miles per hour to use a lesser threshold, and that's kind of across the board for vehicles and pedestrians. So this is one that actually jumped up from, I think, 91% below meeting to 39% below meeting. However, because we've already adjusted for right-turning vehicles and have very recent counts in the last couple of years, we are only recommending studying this, looking at like the past 5 years of crash data to see if any trends stick out to us that maybe there's some other thing we can take a look at here. Next one is Blackhawk Erdman, Joyce Erdman University. This was requested by someone saying it was difficult to cross to the south side. So I think they were working in some of the buildings on the north side and they're trying to get to like Starbucks on the south side. And this was requested to have a signal installed because of difficulties crossing the street here. In the past, we had talked about maybe an RFB here, but the geometrics of this intersection make it really, really difficult for anything like an RFB. So we have 2020 volumes and turning movement counts and other hose counts from the last couple of years. And one thing that we will have to adjust that's not represented on this list is the speed. The observed speed was above 40 miles per hour this year, so we're going to take a look at updating the warrant based on that. Northport Schools are next on the list. This was just a complaint saying it was hard to gain access to Northport, making a left turn out of the side street coming from the south. This is one of the two locations that Graham mentioned that because school not being in session, it's really hard to get good data from this. So at this one, we are just recommending reviewing the 5-year crash history and then just, well, we're only doing the studies at this meeting, but most likely we're just going to reevaluate this one next year when hopefully we're back to normal, whatever normal might be next year. So then moving on to the second page, we have Hill Drive and Whitney Way. This is a new one to the list, so we would want to get some more observations and data on this. But again, the complaint here was gaining access to Whitney Way from the side street and some challenges gauging traffic and finding gaps with vision issues. So that one we'll be recommending further study. Cottage Grove and McLean is one of the ones that was missed on in the initial highlighting. This was added to the list, but was also recently reconstructed with the Cottage Grove Road project. The complaint revolved around, again, access to Cottage Grove Road by a driver. However, an RFB was installed here on the western side of the intersection. So for this one, we want to just take a look at the crash history, but that's a very new reconstruction. And then kind of following that same trend, the next one, Packers and Scott, was also pretty significantly changed with the new pavement marking, taking that from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road with a center turn lane. And so that complaint was based on just the number of crashes and gaining access from the side streets. But with the lane reduction there, that should help reduce the number of crashes that we observed, and also help pedestrians, help people cross the street and kind of manage speed. Next on the list is Forward and Schrader. This one was, again, drivers found a hard time turning left off Forward onto Schrader, especially during shift changes, was this person's comment. Grabbed, some hose counts and ran it through the warrant and I believe we used recent turning movement counts. But that is one that doesn't really rank all that high. We'd be recommending just review the 5-year crash history. Number 90 is Darwin International. This is new to the list. This was requested by someone who is involved in a crash out there. Collected hose counts in this year. Didn't have anything in the past few years to compare to. So we will be recommending getting some more counts or more data out there. However, it's going to be 2020 COVID data. So this intersection also had 3 crashes that we typically consider preventable, and a bit higher of a crash rate. Which one thing to note about these crashes, if you compare the crash report to this only looks at preventable crashes. So you might compare a crash report, an intersection from the crash report to this and wonder why they might have different numbers. And that's because the one report considers all crashes, and this one really only looks at types considered preventable with a signal. So the next one is Bear Claw and Old Sauk. And this one, I believe, was requested by the Alder out there. Also had a few crashes out there, and we're looking to get some further studies done because that's new to the list. And the next one down is Midtown, Redtail Drive, and Woods. This intersection saw a lot of traffic when County Highway M was under construction, as this was kind of a popular back door into Epic. I can't say if that was maybe in the mind of the person that requested that, but did have some correspondence with that individual, and he did request that if we didn't think that this warranted a signal, if we could take a look at some pavement marking adjustments out there on the side streets, because it was he claimed it was difficult to kind of determine what the driver across the intersection was going to do, depending on what lane they were in, because it's currently like an unmarked approach. But that one ranked pretty low on the list using 2020 data. That intersection also recently was had an RFB and pedestrian refuge islands installed. Not that really does anything for the flow of traffic, but just something to note. Hickory and Olin, requested by a resident there, just saying it was hard to gain access to Olin, and collected data. And even in past years, this intersection really never ranked all that high. So we're just going to take a look at the crash history there over the past few years, see if anything stands out. 104 is Henry Mall and University Avenue, which was kind of brought up earlier. This one's got not applicable across the board because there's no side street vehicle traffic. So a lot of these warrants don't apply. The only two that would on the spreadsheet here are the crashes, which in the last 12 months were none, and the pedestrian warrant, which, as Harold mentioned, was 36% meeting the warrant. And those two, the way we look at that intersection, because there's two individual crossings, and watching the kind of seeing what the pattern was and where people were coming in and going from. It wasn't the case that everybody was crossing both lanes. So we kind of treated them as two individual intersections, and then we kind of picked where does it meet the signal warrant the most, and that's what we're reporting here. And then the last one is Mineral Point Road and Memorial High School entrance off Mineral Point Road. So this is just a little bit east of Mineral Point and Gammon. Again, it's the entrance to a high school. There's no high school, so we didn't collect data because we didn't feel we would get any valuable information out of it. So we updated the crash. The crash numbers. We'll be looking at a 5-year crash history, seeing if a pattern sticks out. Otherwise, probably just putting it on the list for next year. So that is the list.
Okay, Jerry, I'm going to stop you for a second. I have 14 now instead of 15. Is there one we're missing?
Oh, yeah. The other one is Hilldale Shopping Mall in Midvale. And that one was requested by Renee Calloway. So that was kind of an internal discussion.
Is it on the list or not on the list?
It's not on the list because that one's actually going to go to the ped bike list. We just wanted to collect speed and volume. So it made its way onto the request so we could get data for it, but it's actually going onto the ped bike list. And I confirmed that with her right before she left this meeting tonight, that was what her intentions were.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing one, Jerry.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So I got to pull a mark here and stop sharing and then reshare. Let me find it.
So we'll call out a mark going forward?
I got to pull a mark. So this is kind of the nice clean document that summarizes everything I just kind of went through. And I guess this is what we're here to discuss and get the commission's feedback as far as, any specific, things we should look at or other intersections we should consider. So the five at the top are what we're recommending for a more in-depth analysis, getting additional turning movement counts or maybe delay studies, looking at the crash history. I'll also note East Washington Avenue, Melvin Court, and Rethke is also of interest of Metro staff for the BRT consideration for a stop there. So those are the 5 intersections we're looking at, or we're recommending for further in-depth study. And then the other 11, are ones that we just want to go through the crash history, go through the last 5 years and see if anything sticks out that might, highlight some issue that we can maybe address with some other treatment.
Just to piggyback quickly on a comment that Yang made earlier, with some of the COVID volume complexities, there's a little bit more of an emphasis this year, maybe on what some of the preventable crashes rates were. Some of these intersections didn't necessarily rank too high in the volume criteria, but wanted to at least have a productive year in terms of moving forward with some improvements at some of these locations, even if it wasn't necessarily signal related. So even though some of these may be further down the list, it was thought that, given the crash frequency and the rates out there, that we should at least be looking at it in that regard. So,
Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. On the Melvin Court one, I think that's definitely a good one to look at. And I just wanted to add, I did some like a walking school bus route work for Hawthorne Elementary, and their the Ridgeview Heights apartments and Ridge Creek apartments are on the off of Melvin Court. And we followed some students, and they were basically they were crossing East Washington, as scary as you can imagine, as their regular crossing route. So I would just make sure that's noted, that is also a sort of a school walking route for whatever that does to help. And Renee Calloway might have some more info on that, or could probably get it from the Safe Routes to School folks. The other comments I wanted to make were, so Six and Packers, I brought it up. I guess I would like, I went back and looked at the high injury network, and it looks like it's kind of hard to tell with those symbols, but it actually looks like it looks like 2 bike crash injury at that intersection. So maybe at a minimum, if you could look into what that was. And, I do know that the Oscar Mayer special area plan that was recently approved actually calls for additional signals along Packers, including at 6th at some point. So I guess I would still like some investigation on that. And if the answer right now is not a signal, to come back with some kind of recommendation to improve the pedestrian and bicycle crossing there. The other one that I've brought up in the past is Proud Fit in Maine. And I think that maybe that will be part of a Main Street project. So I guess we can leave that one at that, because I think that one got funded to do some work on that. And then the last one I would just mention is the North Portland School, and it looks like that is on your list for crash review. That again, that's a school route one, and I'll just share, personally, I've taken your advice, Graham, of like trying to cross when there's the slightest gap, has caused 2 crashes within 1 year. So me trying to cross the street I was with my bike, but I tried to cross as a pedestrian just to make it as obvious as possible. And 2 times in 1 year at the same intersection basically caused a rear end action or crash by some people yielding to try and let me get across, and then people run into the back of them. So and I know at least one of those was not reported. It was it was a pretty good crash, but the drivers really didn't want to get the police involved, so probably won't even show up on your books. But please do take a look at that one, because it's really gnarly, and it is. There's schools right there as well. So yeah, and I guess just to I wasn't aware that the criteria gets softened when speeds go up. So maybe we should start running as pedestrians and get it easier to get a signal that way if we get our speeds up. But seriously, maybe for those, let's definitely look at bringing speeds down. We shouldn't have speeds over 40 miles an hour in the city generally, in my opinion. So that would be definitely one where I would not want to put signals in, but rather let's figure out how to bring speeds back down. Thank you.
So Grant, can I just summarize? So you're suggesting on the list down below, number 2 and number 5, that they do more investigation than what they're proposing?
No, I think they've got it on the list. Just wanted to add some detail for them as they're taking a look at it. And yeah, I think my only addition is Sixth and Packers, and to look at the crash history there, as well as if a signal is not the recommendation, what a recommendation would be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Denise, you next.
A question about Melvin and East Wash, because I noted that one has a request for an APS as well as the signal. If the study doesn't warrant putting a signal there, and I think Grant's point is really well taken about the Hawthorne kids using it, but if it doesn't warrant a signal, can something still be done to accommodate the APS? Because if someone asks for an APS, it's because they need an APS. So how do you remedy that?
Yeah, at this specific location, it was actually the same individual who requested the conversation started with requesting the RFE be upgraded to have the accessible pedestrian signal functionality. And we've begun that process talking with our vendor, which it's been a while since we've heard from them. And I guess there was some issues on their end with getting the programming to work, which unfortunately I can't really speak to how that works at this moment. But after kind of going back and forth with this individual, he just kind of said, well, how about a signal? And wanted us to study it for a signal. So that's for this location. Yeah, that's kind of the background there. In general, if someone is requesting, I would say in general, if someone's requesting that to have a signal installed, whether they have vision impairment or not, that intersection would also find its way on our ped bike list with whatever special considerations they bring up. So as Alder Foster mentioned, Packers and Sixth is also on our ped bike list. I mean, a lot of these intersections are on both lists because of the nature of their requests. So we do try to kind of double up and attack it from a couple different perspectives. That way, if it doesn't meet signal warrant, we're not just forgetting about it until the next person complains.
That's helpful.
So
yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
That all you had then, Denise?
Yep, that's it. I'll take my hand down.
Yep, great. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. Yes, number. Let's see. It's number 6, Forward Drive in Schrader, and that's going to be an interesting one. Not necessarily this year, but in the future, because that's now Exact Sciences inlet to get to their parking garage. And so I guess, the requester said they were having trouble getting out during shift change, and that's what's going to prompt that. So I think we're going to see that. There's several requests for Schrader Road, and I think when and if a signal is needed, I think we've got to make the best choice as far as which intersection the signal will go in. But probably because this is the one that for all the new people that have been hired by Exact Sciences, that's how they get in and out of their parking garage. Thanks.
I remember there's also some pretty closely spaced access out there too. So there's some complicated geometrics to work with.
Yep.
Is that all you had then, Bill?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. Harold, you're next.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to make the same point about Forward Drive with Exact Sciences. I mean, I think that has probably massively changed how that intersection operates. I think there's also metro stuff there. And so the combination with people driving to Exact Sciences and taking the bus to Exact Sciences might, change how we're looking at that intersection. The other comment, I'm also very much in favor of looking at Melvin with the BRT configuration. I think at that, currently the plan there is to have side running BRT and not a center running station there. So I guess just thinking about like how is the new BRT stop going to interact with the intersection? How are people going to be able to cross from one side of the other? I think that's all good to keep in mind. Darwin and International, number 4 on the list. What's the speed limit there? Because I have the suspicion that this might also be one of those cases where, you know, you have like 2 lanes each direction. It's a wide road. People are rushed to the airport. So maybe thinking about speed reduction there might be a way to get around having to deal with a signal there. Those are the things that I have.
If I can follow up on the BRT comment too, I think actually, if center running, and maybe if Justin's still on, but I think the talk is a median stop at that intersection, but I could be wrong. Maybe Justin, if you're still
Justin, he's still on.
Yep. We're talking about Melvin Rethke.
Yep.
Yeah, the plan is for a center station there.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know because, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to change how that intersection looks. And so then thinking about how that would interact with the traffic signal, yeah, I'm not totally sure, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have Bill next, and then we just sort of got questions going here, and I forgot to stop us at some point because I believe we have somebody registered to speak. So, Bill, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll just check and see if that person is still with us because the presentation and the questions just sort of morphed together. So, Bill, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have raised this before. I'm not sure who could answer this, but does the city do any assessments for signals? For instance, that one on Forward Drive in Schrader, that when and if it warrants getting a signal, I mean, is that something that can be assessed back to the location of where the traffic is coming from?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we do have an assessment policy, to assess the cost to adjacent benefiting property owners. There'll be some city share as well. The city, pick up some of the cost. Depending on what's the use and how much property is around. City shares can be different. Sometimes very significant. Sometimes most private sector. For this particular case, actually we had discussions with data science already. When they go through the approval process for that development, so I think they know that it's coming. And we may look at the signalization one day.
That's good to know. I was pretty sure that was the case, but I just wanted to double check. And I don't necessarily advocate just picking the ones that somebody else is going to pay for. But I think that's good to know. That thanks.
Yeah, good question. Thank you.
Okay, do we have the? There were 2 people who registered to speak, according to my notes. That may have changed since then. One who wished to speak, one who did not. Do we still have anybody from the public who wishes to speak?
So Priscilla is registered to speak, and she is on. Priscilla, you are unmuted.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm talking about the intersection of Milwaukee Street and North Thompson Drive. I live on Piccadilly, which is right on one side of that, and my mom lives on Maryturn. So I drive that intersection daily. So, and I also take my brother to karate at about 5 o'clock twice a week. So I'm stuck at that intersection several times ever since that development between the interstate and Sprecher Road, which is what Rolling Meadows, we talked about it earlier, has gone up, and the traffic has very much increased on Milwaukee Street. And I know you said the speed study said it was 40 miles an hour. And from Thompson Drive down to, East Wash is now 25. But I can tell you that the people come over that bridge are not going 40 miles an hour. They are going higher than that. And it makes it very difficult to cross there, especially with a child in the car. I am so scared that I am going to get smucked crossing there and killing my 11-year-old brother. So that's why I petitioned to have that intersection reviewed, to have a signal put there. And I know people don't always stop at stoplights. That's how we have so many crashes. But at least it would make it at least safer for me to cross Thompson Drive, cross Milwaukee Street on Thompson Drive. But I've waited, 3 hours to say that?
Yeah, sorry about that. We only have one meeting in December, so it ended up being a long one. But
I don't mind the 3 hour wait. I just wanted to get my 2 cents put in.
Sure. And you'll be happy to know that yours is on the recommended list for additional study. So,
oh, thank goodness, because there hasn't been many accidents to what I know, but there have been a lot of close calls. People slamming on brakes, and if you actually walk it, you can see skid marks that have been there for quite some time. And it's just such a dangerous intersection.
Well, thank you for hanging with us for so long, Priscilla. We appreciate it. Does anybody else on the commission have any questions for Priscilla?
Just a quick follow-up. I mean, is there a certain time of day that you have issues at that location?
Between 4:30 and 6 in the afternoon.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah.
When I go there at 7 o'clock in the morning, it's not as bad. I can imagine around 8, and after school gets back into session, the kids that live between the interstate and Sprecher Road go to Kennedy School, which is on the other side down on Meadowlark, which is a couple blocks down. So it's another one of those that with COVID is going to be the traffic is down due to COVID, but it's still extremely high.
Thanks for the input.
And thank you so much for hanging with us, Priscilla. As you saw, we had a lot of material to cover this evening. So
I've learned more about traffic than I ever knew before.
Yeah, okay, great. All right.
So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. All right, so we have the recommendations here, including the addition of Packers Avenue and 6th Street.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. We do have another registrant who's registered twice, actually, to speak and to not speak. So I don't know if you want to. She is present, so I don't know if you want to err on the side of speaking.
Is that Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, if you're still there, you're welcome to speak if you would like. I thought you were registered that you didn't wish to speak.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to undo it. So then I was on the call and registered to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on behalf of what was number 19 on the list, Blackhawk and University. I wanted to add a clarification to how that intersection was explained of I'm not, in the office buildings using it to cross the Starbucks, but instead there is a metro stop on both sides of Blackhawk on University. And those metro stops are well used, at least during rush hour, typically when I'm using that to commute east. And that there's about a half mile, just shy of a half mile in that stretch of University between crosswalks at Hill and Midvale. And, as was mentioned, looking at speed studies, that intersection speeds are upwards of 40 miles an hour, and it's also 6 lanes of traffic. And it's incredibly, incredibly rare that I'm able to cross the street there as a pedestrian using Metro Transit to commute to work. And it feels just very dangerous to use that intersection if you've seen people like sprinting across the street. And, in particularly, times like now where it's getting darker earlier, using that bus stop, which is, a well-used bus stop, is pretty much unusable just because you can't actually cross the street there. So I just kind of wanted to point out that, the reasons I brought that to the attention is that, it's on a well-used bus line where, there's several lines that you can take up University Avenue and they all stop at Blackhawk and University. But you're just unfortunately, during the times that, people are peak commuting, not actually able to use them because you can't cross there. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that further. But, currently there's no help to pedestrians to get across that intersection. I understand that, it might not lend itself to a flashing signal or anything, but having nothing there and having there be, Shorewood Hills neighborhood on the other side, and I live in Sunset Village, which is that neighborhood between Midvale and University Avenue, which is, there's a lot of people living there that, are pedestrian traffic, and we're not really able to cross the street.
Okay, do people have questions for Sarah? Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess this isn't necessarily a question for Sarah, but maybe more for other folks. But I do want to say thanks, Sarah. That provides a lot of different information from maybe what we had. But at one point, I remember us talking about the bus stops there and the pedestrian accommodations. And maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought I recalled that we had talked about adding some provisions for crossing pedestrians there. I'm wondering if somebody recalls that, or maybe I'm completely mistaken.
Yang, do you recall that? And Jerry, can you move your document down a little bit so we can see all of them?
Yeah.
Right now, we can't see the top two. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Yang or Jerry, do you have an answer for Bridget?
Let me, Bridget, can you repeat your question? Just want to make sure that I answer what you're asking for.
What I'm asking is, am I mistaken in recalling that we had talked about this intersection previously, particularly with regard to pedestrian access to the bus stops there and potential changes to the configuration at that location?
When we were talking about the University Avenue project, perhaps, Bridget?
Yep. Yes.
I think I recall some discussions on that. I think it might be, we had kind of Blackhawk Avenue project. Maybe that was the time, but maybe University Avenue as well.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, are there planned changes already for that intersection?
I think we have been looking into it.
Okay.
We don't have I don't think we have a specific plan at this time.
Okay.
Okay, but if you guys could just add that to the list of things you're going to look at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Harold, you're next.
Yeah, I guess my comment on that or maybe a question for staff. It's my understanding that for the BRT project, there will not be a stop at that particular location. It looks like the stops will be at Midvale and at Shorewood Boulevard. And I mean, would there still be local service at that location, or would be the assumption that people, walk the extra however many feet to get to Shorewood or Midvale? Because I think that might also factor into what we want to do there.
Justin, you're still on.
Yep. I would most likely not expect there to be a local stop there, but that won't be determined until we have do the network design, because that is just essentially a little over a block from Midvale.
Okay, thank you.
Ken, you're next. You're muted, Ken. There you go.
I use that same crossing a lot.
would oftentimes walk down Black Hawk and cross. And probably, I would guess there's a tension there because the Black Hawk just recently got speed bumps because it was frequently used as a shortcut for people who were northbound on Midvale going through the neighborhood in order to avoid the Midvale University congestion. And it is a bear of an intersection right now. And I think we did, Bridget, talk about the difficulty because between that left turn lane and then 3 lanes of traffic and oftentimes a bus, eastbound bus parked in that lane and things like that, it is near impossible to cross at rush hour. And so those are the people that I see trying to cross. So I would agree with the person who just spoke recently. It's mainly people who are commuters there. And having ridden that bus, a lot of those commuters are headed down to campus. So I'm not that sure that they would be interested in BRT because a lot of enough of those buses are buses that would be otherwise going down Campus Drive anyway.
Okay. Any thoughts from Jerry about that?
I think those were, thank you, Sarah, for calling in, and thank you for the clarification. Those were good points to make. I will say when I mentioned geometric difficulties, the thing I'm primarily thinking of is the median there is actually not wide enough to put a pole with any kind of RFB or any sign on it. So somehow room would have to be made to put a sign in the median. Thinking of anything, if a signal were not, found to be warranted here and doing something else, geometric changes would have to be made. So I short of a...
Oh, I agree with you.
Short of a giant monotube arm or something.
Yeah, that little narrow strip, whether it's on the east side, sort of toward the stop and go station, or the other side, is what also then makes it very difficult for people to do a halfway cross because there's nothing to stand on.
Okay, is that all you had then, Ken?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, nobody else registered to speak? Is that right, Stefan?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And thanks very much to the people who waited so patiently to give us that helpful information. So, what we have in front of us, even though we only have it on the screen and we didn't get it out in Legistar, this is what's being recommended for additional study with the addition of Packers Avenue and 6th Street down at the bottom. So everything on the screen is what is being recommended. So I would like to entertain a motion to approve these recommendations for additional study.
The clarification regarding item 2. What I heard the people say is that when we look at that, it should be within the context of planning with any future projects in BRT routing. So if maybe we should just add that statement in there too, Jerry, for our consideration as we look at that one.
Okay. All right. Is anybody willing to make a motion? Harold?
Moved.
Okay, there's a motion by Harold. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I don't see any hands, so I'll assume a unanimous consent vote to recommend these specific intersections for additional study as discussed. If anybody chooses or wishes to take a roll call vote or vote no, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much, Graham and Jerry, for all that helpful information. So next on the agenda, Grant and Chris, would you mind terribly if we deferred? We talked a little bit about TPPB all throughout the meeting. Do you mind, since we are now at close to 4 hours on our meeting, if we defer that? Chris, go ahead.
I think we deferred it last time too, so I'll just say a few things quick, if that's all right.
Okay.
So just so folks know, we've talked about the high injury network that came up last meeting that might be worth checking out. There have been several updates on the city's RP3 residential parking program. So efforts to reimagine that program, if that's interesting to folks. We saw the Complete Streets work plan on November 16th from Tool, if anyone's interested in that. And I think we probably mentioned there have been updates to the preferred alternative for BRT. So if anybody isn't up to date with that, that might be of interest.
Very helpful. Thanks, Chris. I try and watch all of the meetings, but I'm behind on a couple. So I've got some of that you talked about, but not all of it. So I'll be sure to pay attention to that. So thank you. Anything to add, Grant? Okay, Harald, did you have a question?
Yes, just a quick question. So the locally preferred alternative, I think that's going to be back for your January meeting where the plan is to adopt the recommendation. Because I think that might be of interest.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things that we could consider doing would be, I get a copy of the agenda and was kind enough to copy me on all the TPPB agendas. So how do people feel? We could ask Patrick to forward that agenda out to everybody so that you can see what's coming on the TPPB agenda, whether you want to attend in person or just so you know whether you want to watch in person or catch up on it later. I mean, I don't want to clog up your inbox, but if that's helpful, would you want to see that? I mean, Chris and Grant, you get it already. I get it already. How about other people? Denise said she'd be interested. Val? John?
Sure.
Harold?
Sure.
Right. Why don't we try it? And if you guys find that it's, Bridget, if you find that it's not useful, I like to be able to see it and then, see if there's a particular topic that I might want to even come and comment at the policy board on. So why don't we try that, Patrick, and see how that goes? Thank you. Update on the traffic calming subcommittee. We've been doing a lot. We had 2 meetings since our last TC meeting. So I'm not going to spend time going through everything that we've done because at our January TC meeting, we will have a request to extend the deadline for the report out to April 15th, but also a request for review and approval and support for our major recommendations. So we'll have a summary document for you that shows the major recommendations. So it'll be a really good interim report. And we want both the policy board and the commission to see it and give us feedback so we know we're for sure on the right track as we move forward with our work. So watch for that in January. Bridget, Harold, Grant, or Bill, do you have anything else to add? No? Okay. Next, we have general announcements for the chair. We still actually have 3 vacancies on the chair, on the commission. Excuse me, I'm tired. But I don't know, for those of you who were not aware, Mike Tierney actually resigned right around the time of our last TC meeting. So my understanding from the mayor's office is that an alder will be appointed to replace Mike at the January 5th Common Council meeting. So then we'll be down to 2 vacancies on the commission. And the mayor's office continues to work to fill those. And I'll keep you posted. But again, if you have any good candidates, please be sure and let Patrick know, let me know, let the mayor's office know, because that would be very helpful. And a reminder that the Vilas Park Drive winter operational plan, that shared streets conversation that we had and referred to the Board of Park Commissioners, was on their agenda this evening. So we'll be able to see what they decided. They had several alternatives that they were looking at. I read through it and saw what they recommended, but it'll be interesting to see what they went ahead and did. So just watch for that. Okay, that's all I had. Anybody have any other announcements? Bill?
And maybe you're going to touch on it, but would Patrick send out the form or the link for the form that we have to send in every year?
Okay, thank you. It's written down here, so I didn't touch on it, but I should have. It's a reminder, your annual statement of interest form is due by January 5th. Now, you should have gotten an email from the city clerk. So
I did not.
Okay, Patrick, can you talk to Mary Beth or somebody at the clerk's office and make sure that Bill gets that or gets another one sent? Does anybody else have any issues with regard to that? Denise, did you get you might have to file 2 of them. You might want to, Patrick, you might want to check on that, because I know when you first get on the commission, you have to file the form for when you apply, I think, and you might have to then file it again for 2021. So
Layla had me hold on filing it until after she didn't have me do it twice. So I got it after in the right time period. So I'll get it done.
Okay, great. So thank you for that reminder, Bill. Yes, if you didn't get that done, there are dire consequences. If you don't fill out the form and send it in by the due date, you can actually get kicked off the commission. We had that happen to one person one time. So yeah, it's dire consequences. So thanks for that reminder, Bill.
Could you tell me what was the date that the clerk sent it out? I mean, maybe I went to my...
Would have been in November sometime, wasn't it?
I didn't see it, so I'll...
Yeah, I mean, I got mine right away and sent it on.
Mine came November 20th.
Yep, here we go.
Done in October.
Yep, November 20th is when mine came to, Harold.
November 20th? All right, I'll go back and look in my spam folder.
Yep. Okay. Oh, that's possible. That's possible. Okay, regarding tentative agenda items, we have the January 13th one. We'll have 2 meetings in January. I also included a list of a number of things that we've been tracking for the future. I will also add the things we talked about tonight, which is an update on advisory bike lanes and high injury network, and also balancing the priority of safety, using bump outs for pedestrian safety versus the snow plowing issues. So I have 3 things to add to our list to track. Did anybody else have anything to add? I try really hard to keep track of this stuff. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it should be an agenda item or not, or when it should be, but that just the thing I brought up related to the signal prioritization. Maybe we talk about it when we're dealing with the traffic calming recommendations and the potential to kind of bring together the ped bike enhancement requests with the traffic calming stuff. Like maybe we can align the signal thing with that as well, because it just every year it feels like we end up having as many conversations about ped bike issues as part of the signal prioritization work. And so at some point, I don't know, maybe staff will just take a look at that. But in terms of our
like annual work plan and stuff, I'd like to think about, can we align that differently so that it's not, we're not having a separate conversation about signals that are clearly bringing up other issues that would be nice to deal with in the context of ped bike improvements.
I do have review the TC work plan. Our meetings have been so full, so I don't have that on the January 13th, but we could maybe do that later in January.
Yeah, it's not urgent at all. I mean, we've got another year before it comes up, so just wanted to, so that we can think about how we might want to recommend aligning it differently in the future.
Yeah, I'll make a note on, I have my master copy of the work plan that I keep with my agenda items. So I'll make a note on there to look at the timing of that so we can talk about it.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody is so attentive on this commission and actively engaged. I really do appreciate that. Bill?
Patrick, you don't have to send that statement to me. I found it. It is. Okay. It was buried so deep. I would have never found it though, unless.
Good.
So I'll take care of it this evening. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. If nobody has anything else, we need a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. And I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote and say thanks, everybody, and happy holidays to you all. Thanks so much. Long marathon meeting tonight, but we covered a lot of ground. So thanks so much, everybody. Happy holidays to you.
Bye.
Bye.